Han Fei scratched his body. Although these spiritual energy stings didn't hurt him, he felt quite sore. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, Han Fei's momentum suddenly skyrocketed. At this moment, everyone felt that this kid was so dangerous that he might even be able to kill them. In fact, this was true. The seemingly strong defense of this sturdy young man was torn easily by Han Fei. As the two knives in Han Fei's hands flashed, the man was covered in blood and fell straight back. With a flop, he fell into the sea. Chen Jiao cheered, Han Fei, well done. But can you give me a hand? Han Fei simply said, sure. Having some breathing space, Chen Jiao summoned his spiritual beast and a shadow appeared in front of her. With a blow, she smashed the man's spiritual energy protective cover. After about 10 minutes, everyone was breathless. Chen Jiao leaned on the railing and didn't want to move at all. Her hair was already wet by sweat and there were 2 penetrating injuries on her body. Zhang Peng was even worse than Chen Jiao. He was lying on the boat, unable to move. He was the first to be injured. Fortunately, his lightning crab was so powerful that his opponent was almost killed by him alone. As for Qiao Fei, the fight between him and the leading fishing master of the Heavenly Sun Village was nearly a draw, and in the end, other people rushed up together and helped him kill that guy. Then all of them were laughing out loud. Zhao Dabai lay on the ship and laughed. Old Qiao, we won. Everyone looked at Han Fei. They had thought Han Fei was here to make do, and no one expected this child to be so powerful. He killed 2 fishing masters alone, intact. Qiao Fei looked at Han Fei. Kid, thanks. Chen Jiao added, cute little brother, you're awesome. When we return to the village, I'll treat you to a delicious meal. Han Fei rolled his eyes. I make all the delicious food in our village. When we return to the village, I can treat you to hot pot. Hot pot? They were stunned. What was it? They never heard of it. Zhang Peng was feeling weak from his fight. Can you stop talking about food? Han Fei, please give me some spiritual energy. I'm empty. Han Fei immediately injected some spiritual energy into his body. He purposely showed his strength as a spirit gatherer. By doing this, firstly, he could gain recognition of these people, and secondly, his ability as a spirit gatherer would be found out sooner or later. It was better for him to show this ability now than to be found out later. As old Jiang said, a spirit gatherer would be truly loved and protected by all his teammates. Zhang Peng said with difficulty, oh, it feels so good. It feels so good to have someone else give me spiritual energy. Zhao Dabai asked, Han Fei, could you please give me some too? The woman next to Zhao Dabai joked, old Zhao, you're being greedy. We've all run out of spiritual energy, and some are even lying there seriously injured. With that, the woman smiled at Han Fei. Little brother Han Fei, I'm Chen Ling, remember to come to me when you come to the level 1 fishery again. Han Fei laughed. Let's come here together. I'm afraid that if I come here alone, I might be killed in the sea. Everyone laughed, and then Zhao Dabai said, we have to go now. The reinforcements of the Heavenly Sun Village may come at any time. We're in bad shape now. If 7 or 8 of them come, we may be left here forever. Qiao Fei nodded. Yes. Let's go back to the village first. Han Fei interjected, so soon? I still have 500 pounds of spirit swallowing fish to catch. Zhao Dabai laughed. Kid, you killed 2 fishing masters Instead of demanding you to catch 500 pounds of spirit-swallowing fish, the village leader may give you 5,000 pounds of them. They laughed and talked as they steered the fishing boat to take off. Han Fei felt as if he had come on a trip. He had to fly back less than half an hour. Upon their arrival, 10 minutes after they left, 5 fishing boats appeared where they were. Damn the heavenly water village, how could they kill our 10 fishing masters? The village leader will be so mad. Look, this fishing boat was hit so badly that it's about to sink. They seemed to have had reinforcements. Humph. Search for fishing boats of the heavenly water village in the entire Level 1 fishery. I'm gonna kill them. In the sky. Will the people of Heavenly Sun Village go crazy? They lost 10 fishing masters this time. Zhao Debai questioned. Qinjiar knew the temperament of those from the village. The Heavenly Sun Village has always been overbearing. I am afraid they won't just let this go. We must be careful next time we come. Can we cooperate with the Heavenly Wood Village and Heavenly Rain Village? Next time? I heard that they are also quite oppressed by the Heavenly Sun Village. Zhao Debai quickly said, no. When we fought the people of the Heavenly Sun Village just now, the Heavenly Rain and Heavenly Wood villages were stopped by the people of the Heavenly Moon Village. But they didn't fight. I suspect that they have reached an agreement. Hearing their conversations, Han Fei exclaimed in his heart that this was just like the movie Mission Impossible. The villages were going back and forth between being allies and enemies at a moment's notice. Was there any trust left among them? After everyone finally quieted down, Han Fei said, could you help me keep this secret? Please don't tell others I'm a spirit gatherer. If it's known to other villages, I'm afraid I'll never have peace again. Chao Fei nodded. Sure, but at least you should let the village leader know. After all, you may be the first spirit gatherer in our village. It's also the first time we witnessed the ability of a spirit gatherer. Zhang Peng was excited. Yes. A spirit gatherer is powerful indeed. If we have such a person to reliably provide spiritual energy to us in combat in the Level 1 fishery, we can almost be invincible. Everyone looked at Han Fei and was deeply shocked. Was this the ability of a spirit gatherer? They heard all day how powerful the spirit gatherer in the town was, and now they finally knew it was true. He was literally a secret weapon. He was even more powerful than the armorist of the Wang family. Although an armorist could fight, a spirit gatherer could continuously provide spiritual energy. Back in the Heavenly Water Village, the village leader's eyes almost popped out. How long had it been since they had left? Less than 5 hours. If it were before, they wouldn't even have hit the Level 1 fishery yet after 5 hours. Zhao Debai was first to speak. Leader, although the whole army of the Heavenly Sun Village was annihilated this time, our damage was equally great. 3 of our people, Li Yu, Yang Dong, and Su Qing, died. Zhou was seriously injured and his contractual spiritual beast died. I'm afraid he won't be able to go to the Level 1 fishery again. The village leader sighed. Well, take a good rest first. I've asked all our people to come back quickly. I am afraid that the Heavenly Sun Village is going to take revenge madly. Our people have to come back and take a rest. Then he turned to look at Han Fei. He knew already that Han Fei had already become a spirit gatherer, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. A 12-year-old spirit gatherer. That's unbelievable. Even the professionals in the town were at least 15 years old. But Han Fei had just finished his fishing trial. Was it because old Jiang taught him much? Now the village leader knew why Han Fei stayed in the Heavenly Water Village. He just didn't expect him to have such a talent for gathering spirit. In the evening, Han Fei said that he was going to treat Zhao Dabai and the others to a feast, so they came to a fish dragon hot pot restaurant. At the gate of the hot pot restaurant, Qin Jiao was curious with the scene he saw. "Brother, is this your hot pot restaurant? Why are there so many people?" Looking at the crowd in the line, Han Fei said helplessly, "It's because hot pot is too delicious. You see, no one comes to greet me, although I'm their leader." As soon as he said this, Li Gang came at a trot with a face full of smiles. "Young master, didn't you go to the level 1 fishery? How come you came back so quickly?" "My job was finished." "Are there any vacant seats upstairs?" Yes. "This is your store. We'll certainly reserve an exclusive private room for you." "Good. Smart guy." Upon entering the restaurants, Zhao Dabai, Qin Jiao, and the others were stunned. Why was this restaurant so popular? It was full of people, and 7 or 8 people sat on each table. Happy and satisfied laughter and talk could be heard ceaselessly. "Wow. It smells so good. I'm hungry just by smelling it." Chen Ling's mouth began to water. Soon they sat in a private room and Li Gang personally served them. "Come on. These are all fishing masters." Before Han Fei ordered any dish, a big yellow croaker hot pot was served. At the same time, everyone was served with barbecue. Qin Jiao took a bite of garlic prawns and immediately beamed with a smile. "Little brother Han Fei, the barbecue is really delicious. How much do you charge for this table of dishes?" Han Fei waved his hand. "It's not about money. This table of dishes won't cost much. Only 40 or 50 mid-quality pearls or so." Suddenly, the room fell into silence. Chao Fei glanced at the crowded people outside the room and those waiting in line. "Ho ho. I didn't know our village had so many rich people." It was more like these people accepted Han Fei as a new member now that Han Fei treated them to a feast. There were 10 fishing masters here, including Han Fei. This meant that Han Fei had formally entered another specific circle of friends. Qin Jiao asked, "Little brother Han Fei, how did you become a spirit gatherer in less than 3 months? It is a pity that you don't go to the town." Chen Ling also said, "Little brother Han Fei, can you become the dedicated spirit gatherer in our group? Wow, I can't imagine how much our combat power will be improved if we have a spirit gatherer." Chao Fei also said, "Han Fei, with your talent as a spirit gatherer, you'll definitely have a place in the town now. Are you really not going?" Only Zhao Dabai grunted. "It's not necessarily good to go to the town. The people in the town had to go to our level 1 fishery to gain experience too. By staying with us, Han Fei can also gather experience, and I bet he will be no worse than anyone in the town." Han Fei was surprised. "Do the people in the town also use the level 1 fishery?" Zhao Dabai answered, "Yes, otherwise where can they go? But we can't offend people from the town. They always appear in groups and are led by great fishing masters. The only benefit is that they generally won't take the initiative to scramble for prey with the villagers. Of course, we can't snatch their prey." Han Fei felt at ease. "Oh. It seems that I was right not to go to the town. The students in the town are protected too well. They are not free, neither. Exposed to actual combat. Chow Fei explained, that's not true. If it's fair, the great fishing master will allow them to fight, but you can't kill them. In fact, you won't be able to kill them. Han Fei pondered. That's boring. If there is always a man keeping an eye on me. When I'm out on the sea, then I won't be able to do anything freely. Chen Ling suddenly asked, Han Fei, did you learn the second level of true spirit fishing art? I really can't figure out how you upgraded so fast. Even if you've learned the third level of true spirit fishing art, it's impossible for you to upgrade so fast. Everyone looked at Han Fei. When they were in the level 1 fishery, they didn't ask him, but now they really wanted to know why this kid was so strong. At such a young age. He easily killed 2 fishing masters alone and was intact from the ball fish sting attack, which really made them jealous. Han Fei took a tumble. How could I forget to upgrade my arts? No, I haven't gotten the second level of void fishing. Now I'm still using the first level of void fishing. However, under the curious eyes of everyone, Han Fei scratched his head and said, I haven't got time to study the second level, but the speed of cultivation varies from person to person. Something went wrong during my last spiritual heritage test, so Grandpa Leader retested me. It turns out that I have a level 3, mid-quality spiritual heritage. Then the people understood. No wonder. With such a spiritual heritage, he was even qualified to study in the town. And Tango also gave him some resources before he left, so it was reasonable that Han Fei reached the peak of the junior fishing master in a short time. But most people were still amazed. Even so, his cultivation speed was still too fast, wasn't it? Han Fei quickly diverted the topic. Well, when will we go to sea again? We'd better not this month. The Heavenly Sun Village must be lurking for us. But Han Fei, you can go fishing in the transition zone between the first level and second level fishery alone. With your current strength, you should have no problem in the transition zone. In the evening, after the dinner was over, Han Fei immediately went to the village leader. He didn't have the second level of the true spirit fishing art yet, so he had to get it first and then deduce it. The home of the village leader. Han Fei called out, Grandpa Leader. The village leader was surprised. Han Fei, didn't you go to dinner with Chow Fei and the others? How come you came here? Grandpa Leader, well, I am already a fishing master, but I haven't gotten the second level of the true spirit fishing art. Do you have it? The village leader was surprised. Huh? Didn't old Jiang give it to you? Han Fei's face went dark. No. The village leader was shocked. This kid hadn't practiced the second level of the true spirit fishing art yet? That was unbelievable. Could he upgrade so fast without the second level of the true spirit fishing art? Even though he had a level 3, mid-quality spiritual heritage, his cultivation speed was way too fast. Such a cultivation speed was only possible for people with a level 4 spiritual heritage. The village leader looked around. Just a moment. Han Fei got the second level of the true spirit fishing art. He just flipped through the book and didn't try to memorize it. Learning this shitty art was a waste of his time. When he got home, however, Han Fei was dumbfounded. True spirit fishing art, incomplete. Instant hook, incomplete. The most common universal art in ancient times. As time went by, it was not complete anymore, and it takes 100,000 points of spiritual energy to complete it. Void fishing. Miraculous hook, incomplete. 0/1000000. Han Fei's face suddenly turned dark. It only took me 1,000 points of spiritual energy when I deduced the first level, but it requires 100,000 points of spiritual energy for the second level? But now I only have 90,006 points in total. Han Fei almost burst into tears. Gosh, I need more treasures. How did I suddenly become poor? Han Fei, who was in high spirits, immediately became depressed. He couldn't even make both ends meet. Han Fei pondered for as long as an hour. He had consumed too much spiritual energy. Now he had to collect 100,000 points of spiritual energy just to deduce the void fishing art. Then how much would it take when he became an intermediate fishing master? What about combat that also required spiritual energy? What about Little Black and Little White who needed spiritual energy to feed? And what if he learned some other art? Han Fei put his head in his hands. Spiritual energy. I need spiritual energy. Shall I go hunting treasure again? But Ren Tianfei's treasure is hidden in the level 3 fishery. Wait, there is a place that I haven't explored yet. Han Fei hurriedly dug out the fish skin map from Li Ju and looked at the marked seabed grotto. Li Ju hadn't been to this place. Shall I go there? Without any delay, Han Fei was ready to go. It was not realistic to go to the level 1 fishery. Should someone discover he was alone, he would probably be besieged. Although he could explore the mixed zone between ordinary fisheries and the level 1 fishery, he thought he'd better explore the unexplored place in the ordinary fisheries first. Han Fei was very confident. He thought that the most dangerous place in the ordinary fisheries should be the boat burying pit and the seabed grotto. Wouldn't be more dangerous than the boat burying pit. Even if it was, he was not what he used to be. Now he was a fishing master. At night, he set out in the white fishing boat. The sea was gusty and the wind howled. Such weather was rare in ordinary fisheries. During the choppy waves, Han Fei jumped directly into the sea and put the white fishing boat into Forge the Universe. Otherwise, God knew where his boat would be when he came out of the sea. With a flash between Han Fei's brows, Little Black and Little White were released. Little Black, look for something to eat. Little White rubbed against Han Fei and vomited a mass of pure spiritual energy. It contained almost 1,000 points of spiritual energy, and Han Fei swallowed it in one gulp. Although the sea surface was rough, the seabed remained peaceful and quiet. Now Han Fei no longer needed to protect himself with a spiritual energy. Protective cover. With wandering dragon art, ordinary fish, such as snake belt, could not match up with him. Besides, with Little Black here, no fish could come close to him. Han Fei had been diving down about 100 meters, but hadn't reached the bottom. Huh? This place is deeper than the rest of ordinary fisheries. Han Fei dove about 100 meters more before seeing the shadow of some stones below. He dove for another 50 meters or so before he finally reached the bottom. He looked around and there were many jagged stones around. This place extended for at least dozens of miles. Han Fei tried the water pressure. After making sure it wouldn't cause him any problems, he began to casually shuttle through the stone forest. Since there is a seabed grotto on the map, there must be one here. I've gotta Find the grotto first. In fact, this grotto was not difficult to find. Soon, Han Fei found it. But when he saw this big grotto, he hesitated. Should he go in or not? At this moment, Han Fei finally knew why no one had explored this grotto before. This grotto looked too creepy. It looked as if it were man-made. Its opening was circular, about 50 meters in diameter. What was weirdest was that the grotto extended vertically downward. Han Fei could see the rock wall of this grotto, which was very smooth. Was this grotto dug manually? It looks a bit deep. Should I go down? Should I go down? Yes. Han Fei knew well that in a mysterious place like the ocean, if you wanted opportunities, you had to look for them. Han Fei went all the way down, and around him, there were some small white shrimp or small octopus hurriedly fleeing. As he went down, he felt a strange feeling in his heart that was mixed with excitement, amazement, and uneasiness. Diving another 100 meters, Han Fei suddenly saw an uneven hexagon. What is that? As soon as Han Fei saw clearly what it was, his face changed and he immediately swam up dozens of meters. Did he see a starfish? Damn. A 50-meter long hexagon starfish? Shit, what the hell is this? Han Fei immediately had a thought in his mind. Why did Li Ju not touch this place? Because it was creepy, 2F** king creepy. There were few fish around. And the rock wall was not suitable for crabs and shrimps to live. However, he saw some crab shells in the open space, beside the starfish's legs. Yes. It's impossible that the people of the Tianshui village hadn't found such a special place like the seabed grotto, since they have been living here for hundreds or thousands of years. But why did no one come here? Who dares to come? This gigantic starfish was really scary. Who dares to come here? Despite the fear, seeing that the starfish had not seemed to move, Han Fei descended a little bit more, when a series of data appeared in his eyes. Hexagon starfish, feeble. 36. Mysterious. Hexagon starfish is a mysterious creature. They're extremely rare and extremely greedy for treasure. They love seeking treasure everywhere, so they're called moving treasures. Its 6 legs can emit strange beams, in which 6 gates of the void will appear. You may get an opportunity or die by entering one of the 6 gates. Choose the gate to enter carefully. 4,200 points. Inedible. None. Han Fei took a deep breath. A level 36 creature. Are you kidding me? Hey, this is an ordinary fishery, not a level 3 one, okay? Han Fei's face went dark. No wonder no one dared to explore this place. How would you? It's completely beyond my capability. This was the second mysterious creature that Han Fei had seen, the first being the twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish. This kind of creature was basically a legend in the sea. Han Fei shook his head. Forget it. I'd better come here again when I'm strong enough. I won't have any opportunity to survive the attack of this starfish. No matter how valuable a moving treasure is, it won't be more valuable than my life. Just as Han Fei was about to leave, Little Black swooped out at once and ran directly to the hexagon starfish. Han Fei was astounded. Little Black, come back. It really is torture to have this stupid ADHD fish as my spiritual beast. Do you know what's in front of you? Why are you so king curious? When Little Black was only 4 or 5 meters away from the hexagon starfish. The surrounding water suddenly shook, and Han Fei felt that he was almost scared out of his pants. In the middle of the hexagon starfish's back, 6 big eyes suddenly opened. Han Fei felt his blood freeze. Yes, these eyes were looking at Little Black. Little Black seemed to be frightened too as he stopped swimming. Too small. Fish eyes and 6 big eyes a few meters in diameter looked at each other. Han Fei felt as if there were tens of thousands of ironhead fish galloping in his heart. The two mysterious creatures stared at each other for a while, and then the 6 big eyes slowly turned to Han Fei. Han Fei was panicked, but under the stare of the hexagon starfish, he still raised his hand and waved at him as if saying that I don't want to disturb you at all. Don't look at me. I'm scared. However, the hexagon starfish obviously didn't get his meaning, and immediately his 6 legs shot purple light at the same time all the way to the top of the grotto. Little Black, run. Han Fei swam upwards, desperately. As long as he ran away, he could take Little Black back. He had never swum this fast in his life. Activating the wandering dragon art, he shot upwards like an arrow. He swam so fast that he didn't even look like a human. Bam! He was about to reach the top, but in the next second, he ran into an invisible wall. Damn, I'm finished. Human? Who is speaking? Han Fei looked around in a panic, and then looked down, but the hexagon starfish could not be seen at this moment. Human, come down. This voice appeared directly in Han Fei's mind. Han Fei just wanted to say, "No, I ain't going down there." The voice of the hexagon starfish sounded again, "There is only one way to go. Out." What is it? Han Fei spoke to the starfish in his mind. Shit, why did nobody tell me that? Sea monsters can speak? And this one can even communicate with me via my mind. Hexagon starfish asked, "Do you want to get treasure?" "No, I don't." Hexagon starfish? "Don't you humans like opportunities?" "I can give you an opportunity." Han Fei shot back, "Don't fool me. Most people will die in your 6 gates. I am only a fishing master, but you're already level 36. Huh? How do you know so much about me? It seems that you are the one I've been waiting for." "What are you talking about? I am not the one you're waiting for. Why are you so afraid of death?" Han Fei chuckled to himself. Ho ho. Those who aren't are already dead. If you were below level 20, I wouldn't be afraid of you at all and could even beat the hell out of you. But brother starfish, look at yourself, level 36. Is it interesting to bully a minor fishing master like me? Relax. Your spiritual beast is my kind. I will give you an opportunity, for real. I don't believe you. Then are you going to suffocate on the bottom of the sea? I remember you. Humans need to breathe. Oh, you even know this. Gosh. Why are you so familiar with humans? Han Fei begged, "Master Hexagon, can you let me go? Then come down. The opportunity is given to you. It's your choice." Han Fei's face changed several times. Now he had returned to the first question. Should he go down or not? Yes. Han Fei came down with a sad face. He had to come down. Just as the hexagon starfish said if he didn't come down, he would be suffocated. Although he could stay in the water for a long time, he would still die of suffocation. Eventually. The purple lights were still there, as if forming a large net and completely covering the grotto. Han Fei heard its voice again. I have been here for 300 years. Even if there is the slightest opportunity, I will not give you my treasure. Han Fei didn't believe him. Can't you get out? Can't you see I'm stuck here? Then why are you here? The hexagon starfish paused and continued, 300 years ago, when I was young, I was caught and trapped here. The man set a restraint circle here, so I couldn't escape. He said he might come back in the future, or maybe it was not him but his disciple who came back, and then I would be released. Until today, many people have come, and I thought they were all his disciples, but unfortunately, these people either ran away or got stuck here and entered my gates. What about those who went in? Did they get the treasure? The hexagon starfish paused again. They haven't come out yet. Han Fei was speechless. What does it mean that they hadn't come out yet? We both know they're already dead, okay? Han Fei had an idea. Well, Master Hexagon, how about this? When I become a dangling fisher, I'll come back to help you out, okay? Now I'm just a minor fishing master. I'm not strong enough to help you. That person left 5 opportunities in my 6 gates. If you are related to that person, you might get them. Then what about the remaining gate? Han Fei asked. That's my own treasure. If you can help me out, I can give you the treasure. Han Fei asked, Master Hexagon, please tell me who that person is first. Let me find him and take him as my master, and then I will immediately come back and help you out. This is sound logic. Trust me. I do want the treasure. The hexagon starfish was silent for a while. Sounds reasonable. But I don't know what his name is, only that he has a beard. Han Fei rolled his eyes and thought to himself, then how can I find that person? Beard. Our village head has a beard, old Jiang has a beard, Chao Fei has a beard. It seems that every man in the world has a beard. Han Fei replied, let me go out and I can find someone to help you out. I know an old man who is a very powerful spirit gatherer and can even control water. The hexagon starfish communicated again, if I let you go, you won't be back. I promise I'll be back, Han Fei assured him. That man said the same thing, but he has been gone for 300 years. Han Fei secretly cursed the bastard who imprisoned the starfish 10,000 times. He thought to himself, why did he put this thing in an ordinary fishery? Do you really think people here can resist him? They are only fishermen after all. Han Fei was silent for quite a while. Is there air inside your gates? If I suffocate inside, no one can save you then. A bubble suddenly appeared in front of Han Fei, and he almost burst into tears. Shit. Why did I forget that I still have forged the universe? I can breathe in it. But Han Fei still took a deep breath of air from the bubble. Why not? God knows how long I'll be able to still breathe. The hexagon starfish then asked, are you ready? Not yet, Han Fei replied. Okay, take your time. I have waited for 300 years and I don't mind waiting. For 1 or 2 years more. Han Fei just wanted to kill this damn fish with his rod as he thought, so. Does it plan to imprison me here for a year or 2? Han Fei was not mentally prepared indeed, but his fear of the hexagon starfish was gone, so he asked, why can you speak in my mind? Can all sea monsters above 30 levels speak? I don't know. I was caught here when I was a juvenile. I haven't seen any other fish who can speak. The fishes and shrimps here are too weak to deserve to be my food. Han Fei asked another question, remembering what the starfish said earlier. In the past 300 years, have you encountered any mysterious or legendary creatures? No. Han Fei asked another, what's in your treasure? How about going to your treasure first? You know what, I'm cultivating very quickly. Perhaps I should make a breakthrough first so that I'll have a better chance of saving you. The hexagon starfish was silent again, and after a while, he asked, what do you need? If you can't survive a gate, why should I give the treasure to you? If you survive the first gate, I can let you go to my treasure. Han Fei went speechless. This hexagon starfish is really mean. He wants me to help him out but doesn't want to give me any treasure. So Han Fei casually said, I need a lot of spiritual energy, at least 100,000, 200,000 points. By the way, do you have this much spiritual energy? If you do, I can quickly improve my strength and then enter the gates. To Han Fei's surprise, he suddenly saw a mass of liquid appear in front of him. And he seemed to see a similar spiritual spring he saw in the boat burying pit. Wow, you're damn rich. Han Fei was stunned. It's just my casual remark. I didn't expect this big guy to take it seriously. But why does he have such a spiritual spring? I'm really jealous. The hexagon starfish asked, is this enough? Han Fei replied helplessly, yes. Looking at the spiritual spring in front of him, Han Fei had no choice but to take it. Fine, at least I can increase my spiritual energy storage. Otherwise, as a junior fishing master, I won't have any chance to survive. So Han Fei sat down to the spiritual spring. Deduce. Under the gaze of the 6 big eyes of the hexagon starfish, a cloud of spiritual spring quickly entered Han Fei's body. The hexagon starfish rolled his eyes curiously. Why can a fishing master absorb so much spiritual energy? He gave it to him generously, just because he thought he couldn't absorb it. However, the hexagon starfish did not take back the spiritual spring. Compared to the 300-year-long wait, the spiritual spring was not even worth mentioning. Han Fei's body shone with spiritual energy. Little did he know that the sea surface had already stirred up violent wind and huge waves, which influenced a range of thousands of miles, and the giant waves were up to hundreds of meters. This was almost impossible to happen for ordinary fisheries, but now it happened. Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't know what was happening. About half an hour later, the void fishing was successfully deduced. Void fishing. Hook God technique. Note, this is the first generic art written by the 8 primordial kings. When it was written, the sky and the ocean cried. It's the king of all arts. Although the art had been successfully deduced, it was not the time for cultivation. And the spiritual spring was only less than half. Han Fei pondered that perhaps he could practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing to see if he could continue to increase his upper limit of spiritual energy. If not, he would make a breakthrough. Before cultivation, Han Fei glanced at his data and found that there was a change. Han Fei. 13, Junior Fishing Master. 90,006, 629. Level 3, Mid-Quality, Upgradable. Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish. Purple Bamboo Rod. The second volume of Void Fishing, Hook God, Mysterious Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei was stunned. His upper limit of spiritual energy was increased. The upgradable function of spiritual heritage turned on again, and the void Fishing became of mysterious level, divine quality. So it was because of the art. When he became a fishing master, the art did not upgrade, so the upgradable button turned gray. Now that the art had been upgraded, the button turned on again. So next time he wanted to upgrade his spiritual heritage, he would have to upgrade the art first. Han Fei immediately began to practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. He had to be prepared for any upcoming combat. Han Fei took out a handful of iron fish body polishing fluid and gulped it down. His body turned red as if being steamed. When he finished practicing the 108th stance, he found that his upper limit of spiritual energy had become 636 points. Once, twice, each time he practiced the 108 stances, the upper limit of spiritual energy increased by 7 points, but when he practiced the art for the 5th time, it only increased by 4 points. Han Fei sat in the spiritual spring again. Upgrade my spiritual heritage. After half an hour, the hexagon starfish was surprised to find that his spiritual spring had actually all been absorbed by Han Fei. Then he became a bit uneasy. The hexagon starfish said, "You have absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. Except for the first increase in strength, there hasn't been much improvement. So why don't you just enter the gates? You don't understand. Do you know what accumulation is? I'm accumulating now. And I am about to succeed. But it's not enough. I still need 100,000 points of spiritual energy. That's all I need. I swear I can show you some difference." This time, the hexagon starfish hesitated. This guy consumed spiritual energy too fast. One mass of spiritual energy after another, he had almost exhausted his spiritual energy. But the starfish still threw out a mass of spiritual energy. "That's all I have now. After all, it's hard to absorb spiritual energy here, and I still need to save some for my own use. Relax. You just need to wait for 2 days. I won't let you down." With that, Han Fei began to put on those strange stances again. The hexagon starfish asked, "Can you only improve your physical strength in this way? Although it is not much, it's working. I hope you can become stronger in 2 days as you said." 2 days later, Han Fei took a breath of air from the bubble. His upper limit of spiritual energy was stuck at 699 points, so he stopped cultivating. The hexagon starfish was impatient. "Have you finished? I don't think you are using this spiritual energy. I'm going to use it now. Keep your eyes open." Breakthrough. The mass of spiritual energy poured into Han Fei's body frantically, and Han Fei's momentum was indeed skyrocketing as he said. The hexagon starfish rolled his 6 big eyes, surprised that Han Fei could really improve his strength. Did he seem to have a breakthrough? Han Fei was making a breakthrough indeed. His physical strength was improving. And his physique was getting better, especially his skin, which seemed to have become tougher. He didn't stop until he upgraded to an intermediate fishing master, and the massive spiritual spring was almost drained. "Can you enter the gates now?" Han Fei was pissed off. "Stop pushing me. You've waited for 300 years, so why not wait for a few days more?" Han Fei assured him, "Don't hurry me. To ensure that I can save you, I have to cultivate for another 2 days. I need to stabilize my current state." With a flash between Han Fei's brows, Little Black and Little White were released. Little White swam to the remaining spiritual spring and swallowed it. The hexagon starfish noticed something. Your spiritual beast is about to upgrade. Han Fei was glad to see Little White swallow the remaining spiritual spring. Then he turned his eyes to Little Black, who had flown to the legs of the hexagon starfish and was biting them with his teeth. The hexagon starfish asked, "Can you tell your spiritual beast to stop biting me? He is still a baby. My skin is too tough for him." Han Fei was embarrassed as he thought to himself, "Little Black, stop it. Your master's life is in the hands of this big starfish. If you want to bite him, do it after I escape. Little Black, come back." Han Fei called back the two fishes. Since the hexagon starfish could see Little Black, he must be of high grade. He must be careful of this mysterious sea monster. If he slapped Little Black to death, that would be a huge loss for him. 5 days later, Han Fei practiced the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing for 7 or 8 times again and finally raised his spiritual energy ceiling to 799 points. Han Fei knew that he might not be able to make another breakthrough in a short time, even if he forced a breakthrough despite his foundation. The hexagon starfish wouldn't give him any more spiritual energy. Han Fei was as ready as he could be. "Okay, open the gates." The hexagon starfish was overjoyed. "Are you finally going to enter the gates?" The 6 purple lights spread out like a fishing net. Gradually, 6 purple gates appeared. Han Fei could not see the inside and had no idea what awaited him. "Master Hexagon, what is it like inside your gates? Can you tell me about them?" "It is just another space, not very large." The hexagon starfish certainly wouldn't tell him, and more importantly, he himself didn't know. "You've consumed nearly 300,000 points of spiritual energy from me. I can't spend it for nothing." Han Fei probed, "Which gate is the least dangerous?" "Let me start with the one with the lowest risk, okay? Otherwise, if I die inside, who will save you?" "Trust me. I'm one of the strongest people you have ever met in ordinary fisheries. If I die, you may have to wait another 100 years for someone as strong as me." The hexagon starfish seemed a bit convinced, so he said, "The second gate on your left." Han Fei took a deep breath. He was ready. He had activated the crazy devils rod, rage, and spiritual beast fusion. Now he was much stronger than Li Gang was. He could even fight a junior great fishing master now. If he still died, then he could only blame fate. "Who? Since I can't get out, let me give it a go." Han Fei stepped in. As the light and shadow changed, a huge space appeared. Han Fei felt his blood freeze. This space was as large as a football field and the ground was covered with bones, which was scary. "Huh? Not human bones? These are swordfish bones? Ironhead fish bones?" Creak. Creak. Just then, the bones on the ground started to move. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of swordfish bones floated in the distance. F***CK. "Master Hexagon, let me out." "Hey! Big Brother Hexagon." F***CK. F***CKU, Hexagon. The gate had been shut behind Han Fei, but a bubble came out of it from time to time, which was for him to breathe. The hexagon starfish did not respond at all. Han Fei knew that he was fooled. "I'm such a moron. How could I trust that big damn fish?" Tens of thousands of swordfish bones and ironhead fish bones were floating in the air, and these bone fish's eyes glowed with a faint blue light. "Shit. Are you ghost fish? Han Fei hastened to cover his body with spiritual energy, but a swordfish bone had already charged at him. Hexagon, you bastard, let me out. You better compensate me with at least 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy. Bam. Han Fei hit a swordfish bone with his rod, which was not as powerful as he thought, but not weak. It was probably equivalent to a junior fishing master. If he hadn't become an intermediate fishing master, he might not be able to repulse its attack. Bam. 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 Han Fei swept the rod and played with the sweeping stick to its full swing. As he hacked, swept, and stabbed, his body put out various weird angles to avoid those bonefish darting at him. At first, he could handle dozens, but when a dense school of bonefish rushed over, Han Fei could barely resist them. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. Bam. 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 Damn. Han Fei didn't know how many swordfish bones stabbed or bumped into him. All he knew was that he was sent flying through the air. Crazy devil's rod. Clang. 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 While being stabbed, Han Fei punched the fish bones with his purple bamboo rod, and within a short time, hundreds of bonefish had been smashed. Han Fei was seriously injured too. Although these swordfish failed to puncture his body, his muscles were sour and ached. The ironhead fish bones were the most dangerous. When they bumped into him, he felt his insides turn upside down. But Han Fei couldn't stop. If he didn't get rid of them as soon as possible. What if he ran out of spiritual energy? The scene got bloody. After an hour, Han Fei had a swollen face and was all black and blue. Even his hand was shaking. But what could he do? He could only take out a bottle of iron fish body, polishing fluid, and gulp it down. Kill. 3 hours later. Han Fei ached all over. Every inch of his skin was burning and painful. His body went numb in pain. Fortunately, although Han Fei felt that his bones were about to fall apart, these fish couldn't puncture his body. Instead, his indestructible body was progressing at an incredible speed. Not only his skin, but also his muscles, bones, and 5 internal organs were all under incredible impact. Han Fei believed that if it were someone else, likely Ju, he would definitely be killed in less than 5 minutes. But he had held out for 3 full hours. Han Fei struggled to hold out through the agony. He wanted to fuse with Little Black and Little White, but his spiritual beast was not a mutated big turtle, but 2 small fishes. Although their combat power and agility were good, they had no advantage in defense. But there were already thousands of fish bones on the ground, and Han Fei felt a bit relieved. As long as I don't die, I won't lose. 1 day later. Han Fei almost got used to the impact of these fish bones. His only purpose was to take away one bonefish's life every time he attacked. 2 days later. The bonefish in this space had been reduced by more than half. 3 days later. Only sporadic bonefish rushed at Han Fei. He didn't dodge them, but chopped them to pieces. The moment he smashed the last bonefish, he was suddenly ejected out of this space. The hexagon starfish was excited to see him. You survived. You survived. You must be that person's disciple. You must be. In fact, on the first day he entered the space, he guessed that these bonefish's existence seemed intended to specifically help him practice the Indestructible body. They couldn't break his defenses, but could stimulate all round progress and improvement of his body. He didn't believe this had nothing to do with Ren Tianfei. Han Fei was lying on the ground, glancing at the hexagon starfish. Provide enough air for me. I need to sleep. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I can still stand after entering the second gate. The hexagon starfish immediately said, Okay, no hurry. Take your time. Han Fei slept all day and night, and in his dream, he felt his muscles were beating as if being hit by something. His body twitched from time to time. When Han Fei opened his eyes again, he held the bubble and took a deep breath of air before saying, Send me to your treasure first. I need to see if there is anything suitable for me, so that I'll be more motivated to enter the second gate. Han Fei didn't want to work for this big starfish for free like a fool. Since he brought him hope, he should reward him with some benefits, right? The introduction said hexagon starfishes were mysterious creatures that were extremely greedy for treasure, so treasure must be very important to them. If he failed to get some treasure now, he wouldn't have any chance to touch it after he helped this big fish out. And he didn't think he could beat this powerful sea monster. The hexagon starfish said aggrievedly, Human, my treasure has already been emptied by that person, and there is nothing left. If you can enter several other gates first, I can give you a little more spiritual energy. Han Fei went speechless as he thought to himself, Do I look like a fool? You devious, dishonest sea monster. I'm not going to be free labor, never. Master Hexagon, I think it's necessary for me to visit your treasure. If there is something that can improve my strength, it will greatly help me survive the other gates. Don't forget, I almost died in your first gate. I had been calling you for 3 days, but you just ignored me. The hexagon starfish explained, There is a seal on this gate, and I myself don't even know what happened inside. I don't care. I want to take a look at your treasure first. I promise I won't take away many things. I really don't have much treasure left. Fine. You can go in, but you can only take away 10 things at most. Otherwise, I'm not in a hurry to leave here. Han Fei's face suddenly turned black. What a miser. It was as big as a football field inside the gate. And you'll only give me 10 things? Han Fei thought about it. Okay, it's better than nothing. Anyway, there are still 4 gates left. Every time I enter a new gate, I'll ask him for some more. Deal. I just want to see if there is anything to improve my strength. Among the 6 gates of the hexagon starfish, the purple net over one gate disappeared, revealing a black hole. Han Fei strode in. The big starfish didn't have to cheat him. After all, it was still waiting for him to save him. Suddenly Han Fei saw flashes of gold before his eyes, and the blinking golden light almost made him blind. What the hell? Han Fei gaped at the mountains of gold and shining stones in front of him. Master Hexagon, didn't you say all your treasures have been taken away? How come there is still so much here? The hexagon starfish explained, all the good items were taken away by that man, but you can't take away the golden stones. You can take something else. Those not shining. You can take 10 things. Han Fei almost burst into laughter. Why is this big fish just like the legendary dragons who like to collect golden things? But what is the use of gold? It is a treasure on the earth, but here it is just a piece of ordinary metal. The area of this space was also the size of a stadium, most of which was occupied by these gold and shining stones. Han Fei casually picked up a fist-sized diamond. Is it really a diamond? The hexagon starfish's voice rang in his head. Not this one. This can shine. This thing is of little value. Except for its good looks, it doesn't have any characteristics. Why do you love it? I like shiny things. Han Fei threw the diamond into the pile of stones. He was not interested in these useless things at all. After walking around the stone mountain, Han Fei was speechless. So what the starfish said was true. Shit, what the hell is even left? There were a bunch of rods, which were probably picked up from the seabed. However, as a commonly used weapon, these rods certainly couldn't escape Han Fei's examination. Huh? Isn't this Xiaoyu's bamboo rod? No, it's not as good as my purple bamboo rod. Huh? I have never seen this red rod. Han Fei's eyes flickered. It's made of natural red lotus wood and can slightly enhance your strength when used. Han Fei tossed it aside. Sorry, a divine level, mid-quality weapon is too low grade for me now. Han Fei continued to search. Fiery bamboo, divine level, high quality, natural fiery bamboo, not refined or forged. It will erupt scorching heat when used. Green-black stone, divine level, high quality, the best material for refining divine level weapons. Blue jade, divine level, high quality, wearing it for a long time, you will be cold-proof and heat-proof. It can be refined. Han Fei scanned one after another. For some, he could see their information. Some could not. But there were mostly divine-level materials, which seemed useless to him. Huh? Is this a fishing rod? Made from millennium black iron and blood spider silk. It can increase the success rate of fishing. Han Fei froze for a moment. A divine level, high-quality fishing rod? Now he was still using the fine iron fishing rod, which didn't even reach the divine level, so he took the black iron rod without hesitation. Han Fei rummaged through the gold and various shiny gems and continued to search. He threw away these so-called treasures one by one like garbage. Huh? Purple jade? Han Fei saw a purple stone and a purple bone, and the stone seemed to grow out of the bone. It is made from the bone marrow of purple gold arowana, which can be used to refine treasure-level magic weapons. Han Fei's eyes lit up. This was the first time he saw materials above the divine level, and he decided to keep it. Then he glanced at the purple bone. Bone of purple gold arowana, which can be used to refine treasure-level magic weapons. Oh, two at once. Not bad. Then Han Fei found a small black token under the bone of purple gold arowana, which was painted in black and had the word jail written on it. Wow, this looks so special. I'll keep it. The hexagon starfish instructed. Human, it's true that all the good stuff has been taken away. Can you come out now? I can give you 2 golden beads. Han Fei was speechless and thought to himself, do you think my head was hit by ironhead fish? What's the use of golden beads? No hurry. I haven't finished yet. It took half an hour for Han Fei to dig through the gold mountain. Han Fei's eyelid twitched. There was a big tripod hidden inside. Han Fei snickered. Nothing can escape my eye, even if you hid it under the gold mountain. Look, I dug it out. This black big tripod was actually not big, less than 1 meter high, with 3 feet and 3 fish-shaped handles. To his surprise, however, the demon purification pot didn't respond to it. Whatever, since this sly starfish hid it so secretly, it must be good stuff. Han Fei quickly took out the gold, diamonds, and colorful gems in the tripod. The hexagon starfish was anxious. This is just a useless broken jar. It is. Useless. I use it to put shiny things in. Han Fei simply replied, it's okay. I don't mind. I like it because it's pleasing to my eyes. Huh? When Han Fei took out everything in the tripod, he found that there was a black bead at the bottom. Han Fei seemed to realize something and immediately said, this bead is not shining. I want it. The hexagon starfish said almost at the same time, that bead was with me when I was born. I can't give it to you. Han Fei wanted to bargain for it. You told me to pick whatever I liked. Let me keep this one and I'll give up the rest, okay? This is just a useless bead. Han Fei thought to himself, don't fool me. You put it under the gold mountain, hid in the tripod, and covered it with other stuff. Ren Tianfei must have been too lazy to rummage for it. Otherwise, he would have taken it. Most importantly, in his eyes, the information about this bead showed 3 question marks. According to his experience, whenever the question mark appeared, the item must be very precious. I'll keep the black bead anyway. It's not shining, but like an iron ball. Why? Do you want to keep it? And you promised me that I can take 10 items. Now I only took 6. I can give up the last 4. It took a long time for the hexagon starfish to respond. I will trade you something else for this. No way, this bead is mine. Okay, to tell you the truth, this is a black bead, a mysterious thing. It has little effect on you humans, but it can increase the mysterious characteristics of our mysterious creatures. Han Fei thought, I have little black. The little black fish has greater talent than me, so this black bead is useless to him. If you don't believe me, you can call him out and check it out. With a flash between Han Fei's brows, little black and little white swooped out. Han Fei put the black bead in front of little black. Do you like it? Little black went forward, circled about it a few times, spat out a bit of saliva, and then directly ran to play with little white. Disappointed, Han Fei frowned. So what do you want to exchange for this? I don't want rubbish. On his side, a pile of golden gems shook suddenly, and then a small black seal floated to Han Fei. Han Fei reached out to grab the small black seal. However, as soon as he grabbed it, he dropped to his knees. Fortunately, he loosened his hand immediately. Otherwise, his hands would have been smashed by this thing. Damn. Master Hexagon, why didn't you tell me it's so heavy? It is cast of seabed water-stirring iron. It weighs more than 10,000 pounds, but it is as light as a feather when put away. Water-stirring seal technique. Han Fei wavered. Compared with the seemingly useless black beads, he liked this small seal better. What attracted him most was that after putting it away, it would be as light as a feather. Han Fei couldn't imagine how miserable his enemy would be if hit by this seal. This was simply a perfect hidden weapon. With it, he would almost be invincible in level 1 fisheries. Master Hexagon, deal. I won't take away the little black bead. As for the other things here, nothing caught his eye. All the good things had been taken away by Ren Tianfei. What was left was of little value. The hexagon starfish was very happy. This guy didn't take away a single piece. of his golden treasure. He felt that Han Fei was a silly cultivator, as silly as the guy 300 years ago who chose some useless things too. He didn't even know what the uses of those things were, so he didn't mind they took them away at all. Master Hexagon, how can I put away this seal? It's too heavy for me. The hexagon starfish said simply, just refine it with a drop of your blood. Take it away as soon as possible. As soon as possible? Han Fei was puzzled. Han Fei seemed to realize something and exclaimed immediately, Master Hexagon. Do you think it is too heavy, so you gave it to me? Getting no response from the hexagon starfish, Han Fei was more certain. Yes. This seal is almost as heavy as 10 tons of gold. He must have hated the weight of it, but I don't. Han Fei quickly dropped a drop of blood on the small seal. After the blood penetrated it, Han Fei felt his heart suddenly twitch, but what should he do next? The hexagon starfish instructed, use your own spiritual energy to nurture it. It won't take long. Only as long as 2 or 3 minutes. Once again, Han Fei affirmed that this big starfish disliked this little seal. Or else, why did he urge him to take it away? After a few minutes, Han Fei walked out of the treasury, holding the little seal in his hand. The seal was so light in his hands, and he could wield it as easily as his double knives. Now he could make it smaller and make it bigger. The little seal became 10 meters wide at its maximum. Han Fei thought that he was not strong enough, so it couldn't become bigger. Be bigger. Now smaller. Gee, can I smash this big starfish with it? Perhaps not. After all, he had been carrying this thing for so many years. If he can't bear it, he would have been crushed long ago. Interesting. While Han Fei was snickering, 6 gate starfish asked, Human, can you enter the second gate now? Han Fei thought about it. Yes, this time if he met those bonefish again, he wouldn't be afraid of them. No matter what kind of fish, I'll just smash them with this seal. Master Hexagon, will the bonefish become stronger in the second gate? Promise me, if I can't hold out inside, you must let me out and I can fight again some other day, but don't leave me there and ignore me. Otherwise, no one can save you if I die. Hexagon starfish assured him again, I can't see what's going on inside. Of course, Han Fei didn't believe him. This meant the big starfish must be peeping like watching a show. Then keep the gate open. If I'm in danger, I can run out. Han Fei wanted to try any trick he could. The hexagon starfish replied, once someone enters the gate, it can't be opened again, but since you're the disciple of that person, you'll be fine. For 300 years, no one could survive the first gate, but you made it. Ho ho. Han Fei took a deep breath and stood at the second gate. It's okay, it's okay. Now my skin, flesh, viscera, bones, and marrow are all strengthened. Although I haven't fully mastered the indestructible body art, I should be fine. Kill. Holding the water-stirring seal, Han Fei bit the bullet and rushed in. However, the scene in front of him changed, and the whole space turned red. Not even a single fishbone was seen. Just when Han Fei was puzzled, the redness in the water began to boil like spiritual energy, and a lot of red gas was drilling into Han Fei's body. Oh. Ouch. It's hot. My body is itching. Master Hexagon, open the door. Big Brother Hexagon. Brother Hexagon. F***CKU. You damn fish. Help. Han Fei almost burst into tears. Why is there no bonefish here? Shit. He felt as if being steamed in boiling water. His eyes were burning and he couldn't open them. What was worse, Han Fei felt that his body seemed to be swelling internally while being steamed outside. In just a few minutes, a scorching heat flowed throughout his body, stimulating his blood and flesh. 1 hour later, Han Fei felt that his body was no longer his own as the sizzling seawater almost cooked him. He felt as if he became taller and seemed to be gaining weight while his belly grew bigger. 2 hours later, Han Fei was finally adapted to this damn place, but the kind of torment was still unbearable. It was like someone cutting his flesh one piece after another, and gradually, he didn't feel any pain. Maybe he got used to it, or maybe he broke down. Han Fei felt that he was on the verge of a mental breakdown, but it was not only this torment that caused him to collapse. He found that he was still gaining weight fast. 1 day later, if anyone was here, he would see there was a ball in the pale red water. Yes. The kind of ball you could kick. Han Fei felt like he was going to die. His body seemed to be close to exploding. In his body, there was a burst of explosive energy, perhaps not spiritual energy. He didn't even know what the hell it was. It condensed into a red bead of the size of a baby's fist and settled in his dantian. 2 days later, the red bead was already about the size of an adult's fist. And Han Fei almost cried. I'm so much the same as a pregnant woman. No, no. Pregnant woman could be as fat as me. I look like a 999-pound fatty. The only thing that Han Fei was glad at was that the redness in the water was fading away as it seemed to have turned into the bead in his belly. 3 days later, Han Fei's ball-like body gradually became thinner, but in the end, when he was ejected from the gate, he bounced on the ground 3 times. Han Fei didn't get up or say anything as he could just lay on the ground, pinching his stomach with his hands. Han Fei was a handsome young man before, but now he was an ugly obese patient. To put it another way, the former Han Fei was a 99-pound thin person, but now he looked like a 999-pound fatty. Hexagon Starfish remarked, "You are fatter than before." Shut up. I don't want to talk to you. I'm helping you out, but you just watched me suffer. Where's your conscience? Don't you feel guilty? Hexagon Starfish? Your body is stronger, much stronger. I don't want it. I want to lose weight. The Hexagon Starfish noted, you see, you're the disciple of that person. You survived, which shows that you were different. Ho ho. Do you know that I almost exploded inside? When I was the fattest, my belly skin was thinner than the shrimp shell of a small white shrimp. One poke at me with a needle and I would have exploded. Han Fei was very aggrieved and had scolded Ren Tianfei more than 10,000 times. In his heart, I just want to hunt treasure. Why did you put a 36 level starfish here? Have you ever considered whether I can handle this big fish or not? If it were anyone else from ordinary fisheries, he would have exploded inside. Hexagon Starfish asked, now the 3rd gate? I'm too fat. The Hexagon Starfish assured him, in fact, the bigger your size is, the stronger you are. I'm a fatty. Do you need to rest for a day? I'm a fatty. The Hexagon Starfish was speechless and it thought to itself, can you stop nagging? What's wrong with being fat? Did fatties eat your big yellow croaker? Han Fei said slowly, I'm unhappy. I want to sleep. Maybe I'll change back when I wake up. With that, he straightened his legs, stared into the sky, and muttered, I Am a fatty. Han Fei realized that the environment in each gate was different. The bonefish in the first gate attacked his body, while the unknown liquid in the second gate made him suffer mentally. For a moment, he even thought he was happy to die, but he couldn't die. Han Fei slept for another day. He was only in the grotto for more than 10 days or so, but he felt as if he had died countless times. The hexagon starfish asked, "Human, are you going to the third gate?" "Master Hexagon, do you know that you owe me big? I don't want to continue anymore." The hexagon starfish was silent for a moment. "If you agree to enter the other 2 gates, I can give you more from the spiritual spring." Han Fei was ready for this. "Give me now. Do you want to cultivate for some time before entering the gate?" "No, I have to get the spiritual spring first. It makes me feel safe." The next second, a spiritual spring appeared in front of Han Fei. It didn't seem like much, but Han Fei was still very happy to have it. He gulped it like swallowing fish soup that he could drink more than 30 bowls at once. However, unlike spirit swallowing fish soup that would change into water in the stomach, spiritual spring would be converted into spiritual energy and stored. In the end, Han Fei looked at his increased 50,000 points of spiritual energy and said reluctantly, "Master Hexagon, you gave me too little, only a total of 50,000 points." The hexagon starfish almost cried and thought to himself, was this human a devil? Why was his stomach like a bottomless hole? I have accumulated 300 years of spiritual energy, and 80 of those years have been used by you already. If you want more, I will die. Han Fei's eyes lit up. What? Is there still 220 years of saved spiritual energy left in this big guy? That's great news. Master Hexagon, do you really not know what's inside the gate? The hexagon starfish confessed, I haven't been able to see the inside of these gates since 300 years ago. They seem to be sealed. I'm going to the third gate. The hexagon starfish assured him, I am waiting for you outside, and I will reward you, human. Good, so please provide me some more of the spiritual spring. The hexagon starfish was silent at first. You don't seem to need it now. Can you enter the gates first? Han Fei's eyes flashed, and he didn't hesitate to choose the third gate. He didn't believe that there was another gate that could be more horrible than the second one. More importantly, perhaps he would become thin in the third gate. Hew. As soon as Han Fei went in, he felt a pain in the buttocks. Looking back, he found a small glowing arrow inserted in his buttocks, and then it gradually dissipated. It turned out that it was condensed with spiritual energy. Han Fei gritted his teeth and touched the buttocks, only to find his hands were covered with blood. Shit, help. I'll be killed this time. Hew. 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 Han Fei was stunned. He saw hundreds of glowing arrows shooting at him. Ran Tianfei, damn you. If I survive, I'm gonna beat your brains out. Ouch. Han Fei was really panicked. In the first 2 gates, at least his defense worked, but this time it was broken. As soon as an arrow hit his body, blood spurted out right away. Dodge. Dodge. Ouch. Dodge. Ah. Han Fei's body was putting on various poses, but unfortunately, he was no longer the thin man half a month ago. With this fat body, he felt it was simply torture to make each movement. Ran Tianfei, I wish you were beaten into a big yellow croaker by your enemies. Ah. The only thing that made Han Fei happy was that there seemed to be only 100 of these glowing arrows, and each time he was hit their power was declining. 3 days later, when there were only 30 or so arrows left, Han Fei simply stood there, letting the arrows cut his skin, and now he would not bleed much. But Han Fei found a good way to lose weight. He could lose weight by shedding some blood. He felt that he had lost at least 20 pounds. Han Fei flew out of the gate, covered with blood. Han Fei kept spitting blood. Master Hexagon, hurry up. Spiritual spring, I feel I'm about to die. Give me some of your spiritual spring as soon as possible. However, the hexagon starfish froze for a moment. Your breath is very strong. I feel your vitality is even stronger than mine. Han Fei cursed secretly and said feebly, no, my internal organs are badly injured. Do you know what is in the gate? I was almost killed. Can't you see? I'm dripping with blood? The hexagon starfish was puzzled. Your internal organs seem fine. No. My internal organs were almost shattered. I felt my source of spiritual energy was damaged and my soul fire was almost extinguished. It's a serious matter. I don't think I can get up without 100,000 points of energy from the spiritual spring, Han Fei shouted through his mind. If the hexagon starfish were a human, he would have shouted abuse. He only thought to himself, how can you be so shameless? Your acting is terrible. I've already seen through your lie, okay? The hexagon starfish simply stated, I don't have much left of my spiritual spring left. Nonsense, you still have the 220 years of savings left. But I have also been consuming spiritual energy these 300 years. I have given you half of. I don't care. I don't think I can survive the fourth gate without 100,000 points of spiritual energy. Master Hexagon, look at me, in order to get you out of here, I have become a fatty. Doesn't your conscience ache? The hexagon starfish still didn't give in. Starfish have no heart. I can't feel the kind of pain you speak about. Black-faced, Han Fei simply asked, will you give it to me or not? The hexagon starfish was helpless, and in the end, a mass of the spiritual spring appeared in front of Han Fei again. Han Fei hurriedly bounced up from the ground and swallowed it. But then Han Fei complained, Master Hexagon, why are there only 50,000 points? What about the other 50,000 points? The hexagon starfish was silent for a while. Although I don't have a heart, I feel that my 6 legs are twitching uncontrollably. Han Fei froze for a while and quickly said, you have to learn to control yourself. Violence can't solve any problems. We humans usually convince people by reasoning. However, then Han Fei saw this big starfish lift 4 of his legs. Han Fei shouted, Master Hexagon, I think the top priority now is to help you get rid of the restraining magic circle. I'm going into the 4th gate so that you can leave here as soon as possible. Han Fei rushed into the 4th gate with a swoosh and his heart was pounding fast. Oh, any trick will appear negligible before force. I have to hurry to grow stronger. Yes, this bad starfish is only at level 36 after cultivating for 300 years. That's too slow. His talent must be very bad. Give me a few years and I'll be able to cut his legs off, roast, and eat them. Huh. There seems to be no danger in this gate? Is the danger over? No, there it is. Bang. Han Fei felt as if he was bumped into by a big mountain. He only heard a bang. And then he was sent flying. Who the fuck gave me a sneak attack? Han Fei looked back in the midair and immediately cursed. He saw a gigantic mantis shrimp again. Mutant mantis shrimp king. 20. Exotic. 1,200 points. Its flesh is exceptionally delicious. Eating its flesh can build up your body. And eating exotic mantis shrimp beads can greatly strengthen your physical strength. Mantis shrimp beads. Han Fei broke into a heavy, cold sweat. Last time, he killed that mantis shrimp king by a fluke. That mantis shrimp king was only at level 18, but what about this one? Little Black, guard me. Han Fei kept calling Little Black, only to get no response. Not good, Little Black is not coming out. Bang. The mantis shrimp king suddenly rushed up to him like a bolt of lightning, punched his stomach hard, and knocked him hundreds of meters away. EW. Han Fei reached out and took out the water-stirring seal. Although this space seemed to be able to isolate his connection with his spiritual beast, the demon purification pot seemed not subject to this restriction. He decided to knock this shrimp to death with the water-stirring seal. Let's see whether your claw or my water-stirring seal is more powerful. Huh? Strange. I'm not injured? Han Fei patted his round belly. Theoretically, no creature in level 1 fisheries was able to stand the blow of the mantis shrimp king, not even the armored turtle, except for the legendary stone-carrying turtle. But now after the mantis shrimp king punched his stomach so hard he was not injured at all? Han Fei blinked and immediately took back the water-stirring seal. He clenched his fists. You're nothing. I'm gonna make mantis shrimp soup today. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei threw the purple bamboo rod aside, activated Wandering Dragon Art, rushed up, and punched the shrimp. _bam_. The mantis shrimp king quickly punched back. Underestimating the shrimp's punching speed, Han Fei was thrown to the ground and rolled dozens of times on the ground. Humph. You're faster than me, but so what? If I hadn't become a fatty, I would have beaten the hell out of you. _bam. Bam. Bam. One person and one shrimp were locked in a dogfight. Of course, at first, the shrimp took the upper hand. But he had learned the 108 strange stances not to mention that now his evading ability had been further strengthened and was no longer limited to the 108 stances. So after only 1 hour, the mantis shrimp king could no longer take the upper hand. Han Fei was quite proud. No matter how fast you punch, you can't hit me. At this moment, Han Fei hit his fist on the mantis shrimp king's outstretched leg and threw mantis shrimp king out upside down. Do you surrender? Call me daddy. The mantis shrimp king seemed very angry. His 6 little legs crawled fast and he charged at Han Fei. However, Han Fei turned around and jumped onto his head. Dumb. One punch after another, Han Fei didn't know how many punches he had hit. Even his hand began to ache, but the shell of this mantis shrimp king was still intact. Han Fei immediately took out 2 daggers and thrust them down hard, which was still useless. In the end, he had to take out the water-stirring seal and he crushed the mantis shrimp king to the ground. Putting away the water-stirring seal, Han Fei walked slowly to the mantis Shrimp King. Now will you surrender to me? Unfortunately, there is no way to make a fire here. Otherwise, I'd roast and eat you. Oh, right. It suddenly occurred to Han Fei that he had turned on the function of demon refining. This mutant mantis shrimp king was an exotic creature. Perhaps I can refine it. As soon as he thought so, a green light flashed across the calabash on his wrist, and the huge mantis shrimp king disappeared in front of his eyes. Han Fei quickly looked at the demon refining function, only to find that a mantis shrimp was on it, but unfortunately, there was only one which didn't seem to meet the conditions for refining. Strange, shouldn't you be my pet after being absorbed? Why did you become a picture? Han Fei scratched his head, picked up the stick, and walked slowly towards the exit. Huh? No, I can't just go out like this. After a few minutes, the hexagon starfish saw a hand stick out of the gate, a bloody hand. The 6 big eyes of the hexagon starfish kept blinking. Is this human seriously injured this time? Soon, Han Fei stuck out his head and both hands, all dripping with blood. Master Hexagon, help. I think I'm going to die, Han Fei pleaded. Why is your skin gone? It's so horrible inside. Hurry up, give me the spiritual spring. Even the hexagon starfish was horrified. Han Fei seems to be seriously injured indeed, and this time he came out in only 1 hour. Is there something different inside this gate? Finally, Han Fei crawled out of the gate, blood staining along the way. At this time, a mass of the spiritual spring appeared above Han Fei's head. The hexagon starfish didn't want Han Fei to die. He had already passed 4 gates with only 1 left. If he died, the spiritual spring he accumulated for 100 years would be wasted, not to mention that the seal had not yet been broken. Han Fei sucked the spiritual spring in big gulps, and every time he sucked, the skin on his body regenerated a bit, and his bloody body was recovering at a rate visible to the naked eye. It wasn't until the entire mass of spiritual energy had been sucked up by him that most of his injuries recovered. Han Fei looked at his 240,000 points of spiritual energy with satisfaction. This big starfish was really generous this time. He gave me 100,000 points of spiritual energy. But on the surface, Han Fei finally struggled up from the ground, staggering as if he could fall at any time. Han Fei wore a worried expression. Master Hexagon, I feel the last gate will be a bit difficult. I'm afraid I can't get past it. Human, no hurry. I can wait. Han Fei was realizing how much time was passing. But I can't. Hundreds of my men are waiting for me to return. Their children are wailing and their parents are waiting for them to feed them. If I don't go back, they will all die. The hexagon starfish remained silent for a while. How about taking something from my treasury again? Han Fei snorted and secretly thought to himself, your good stuff has all been robbed. How can you call it treasure? It should be called a garbage dump. Master Hexagon, I think if you can give me another 100,000 points of spiritual energy and help me return to my peak state, maybe I can pass the last gate. The hexagon starfish fell silent for a moment before questioning. Human, you hurt yourself, didn't you? Han Fei was shocked. Could this guy see the situation in the gate? Did he Discover I learned the indestructible body art? No, if he did find out. Why did he still give me 100,000 points of spiritual energy? Han Fei looked indignant. Are you suspecting me? I worked my butt off for you. How can you doubt me? Do you know what's in the gate? 300 fire. Breathing big fish. Look at my skin. It's all burned out. Think about it, what would happen if your skin was gone? The hexagon starfish stated, but you want too much spiritual energy. In just a few days, you spent 100 years of my savings. How could a human need so much spiritual energy? I'm not an ordinary person. I tell you that there is a 10,000-year-old grandpa hidden in my body. Do you think it's me who needs so much spiritual energy? No, I borrowed his power to pass the 4 gates in a row. Do you think just a few 100,000 points of spiritual energy is enough to invite a 10,000-year-old guy to help you? Looking at Han Fei's sincere and sad face, the hexagon starfish thought for a while. There does seem to be something in your body. Otherwise, your body would have exploded with only thousands of points of spiritual energy, let alone hundreds of thousands of points. But can I see the one in your body? He is in my soul. How can you see him? If you can give me 150,000 points more, I can show you this strength. Han Fei staggered and seemed to almost fall at any time. Come on, give it to me. Then I will show you rage. He thought to himself. In the end, another big mass of spiritual energy appeared above Han Fei's head. The hexagon starfish was annoyed. That's all I have. I can give you no more. Otherwise, I will be killed by other mysterious or legendary creatures even if I go out. Han Fei didn't mind. It's okay. Let me eat these 100,000 points first. After a while, Han Fei looked at his data. Owner, Han Fei. Level 16, Junior Fishing Master. Spiritual Energy, 340,006, 799. Spiritual Heritage, Level 3, High Quality, Upgradable. Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish. Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod. Major Art, the second volume of Void Fishing, Hook God, Mysterious. Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei estimated that he would not get any more of the spiritual spring, but he remembered that he was seriously injured, so he hurriedly sat down and his skin grew back again. After a while, he was intact. Han Fei twisted his neck and made snapping sounds. His momentum suddenly skyrocketed and he exclaimed, It feels so good to have the spiritual spring. Master Hexagon, I've recovered. I'm going into the last gate. Don't you need to cultivate a bit? According to your situation just now, the last gate may be very difficult for you. Han Fei said solemnly, Master Hexagon, you can rest assured. I'm a kind-hearted person. I can't bear to see you suffer more than 300 years in this abyss of misery, so I can't wait any longer. Wait for me. The hexagon starfish kept blinking his 6 big eyes. Is this human really a kind-hearted person? Why do I feel something is wrong? But Han Fei entered the 5th and the last gate with a stick and no hesitation. As soon as he entered the gate, he made a precautionary stance and immediately looked back, only to find nothing, and even the seawater was no different from ordinary seawater. He saw a stone table in the middle of the space from a distance. Huh? Strange. How can Rantianfei be so nice to me? Is there really no danger? In this gate? Hanfei walked tentatively towards the stone table step by step. After a while, when he made sure that there was really no danger, he quickly walked over. There were some papers on the stone table, as well as 2 stones, one black and one purple. Hanfei looked down, and there were 4 big words on the paper, to my dear disciple. F***ck off. I'm not your disciple. Who do you think you are? You almost had me killed. I don't want you to be my master. Damn, when I become stronger in the future, I will find you and beat you up. Hanfei still opened the letter. He wanted to see what this guy would say. It read. Huh? You're still alive? Hanfei almost vomited blood. What? Did you expect me to die? The letter continued. My dear disciple, I'm surprised you are reading this letter. I can't imagine that someone from this kind of junk village could survive those mantis shrimp and get the indestructible body art. Of course, the most unexpected thing to me is that you actually passed the 6 gates of the hexagon starfish. Such courage is commendable. Ordinary people would have fled. You're really a worthy disciple of mine. Hanfei was shocked. Ho, who wants to be your disciple? I don't admit it. Sooner or later, I will beat your brains out. Hanfei continued to read the letter. Yes, these 6 gates are the opportunities, one left for you. Among them, only the first 2 gates are life or death tests. Once you pass the first 2 gates, the last 2 are just basic strength tests. The fact that you've gotten here shows that you are not only talented, but also full of courage. But you are still too weak, so I won't give you too many opportunities now. Only when you officially embark on the path of cultivation do opportunities make sense to you. As for when you can embark on the path of seeking Taoism, I'm not sure, but I think if you can get the treasure I left in the level 3 fishery, you can consider it officially started. By the way, if you haven't fully mastered the indestructible body, you shall not go get the treasure in the level 3 fishery. Even if you were already a dangling fisher, you would definitely die. Reading this, Hanfei gnashed his teeth. What the F***ck? If I hadn't come to this seabed grotto, wouldn't I have been killed? Why didn't you tell me this? At the boat burying pit? Why did you put the letter here? My dear disciple, the opportunity here is just for you to lay the foundation. Oh. You should have become a big fatty by now. It's okay. This is only temporary. As long as you cultivate hard, you will still be thin in 8 or 10 years. The power I left in your body is enough for you to master the indestructible body art. But don't forget to learn other physical training arts when practicing the indestructible body. And don't let anyone find out that you're practicing it. Although there won't be many people who know it, even in the city, if you're found practicing this art you will be in serious trouble. Besides, let me remind you again not to mention my name. Never ever. Okay, that's all, and how far you can go depends on you. As for this hexagon starfish, he has been imprisoned here by me for many years and should be let go. Crush the black stone on the table and the seal on this place will be unlocked. There is a drop of the hexagon starfish's essence blood in the white stone. If he wants to kill you, just crush it. Then he will be killed. It works within 100 miles. Even without that, with your strength, you can easily kill him. Han Fei's eyes immediately lit up. Oh, this is good stuff. No, wait a moment, the starfish looks very pitiful. Is it too much if I extort him for his 100-year savings of spiritual energy? Well, let me ask him for 50 years of his savings first. With this in mind, Han Fei happily trotted out. When the hexagon starfish saw Han Fei coming out of the gate, his 6 big eyes quickly turned. Is the seal unlocked? No, it isn't. I still can't get out. No. Way to lift the seal? Then he saw Han Fei holding a black stone in his left hand and a white one in his right hand, and that he was looking at them. The hexagon starfish was panicked. Human? What are you doing? Human, I can give you treasure. Gee, young Master Hexagon, I lifted the seal for you through hardships and dangers. As you can see, I sacrificed myself. I was such a handsome and attractive young man, but look at me now, I've become a meatball. This has caused severe trauma to my heart. Won't you show me some gratitude? The hexagon starfish quickly stated, I can give you treasure. A gentleman doesn't take advantage of others. Am I the kind of person who is greedy for treasure? No. A gentleman makes money by fair means. Keep the treasure for yourself. But, young Master Hexagon, how about giving me your 100-year savings of spiritual energy? Once you give it to me, I will crush the black stone immediately and lift the seal. The hexagon starfish was appalled. Oh my sea god! I don't even have 100 years of savings left. I only have about 50 years of energy left now. This is my survival spiritual spring. I can give you treasure instead. Han Fei didn't believe him. I said I'm not that kind of greedy person. Okay, I don't want to make this hard for you. Give me the 50 years of energy and I will let you go. 10 years, at most. Otherwise, I will be eaten when I go out. Han Fei retorted *, 40 years. As a mysterious creature, I believe that you have the means to survive *. Human, at most 20 years. You are depriving me of my chance of survival. Then I will give you a chance to survive. 30 years, it can't be any less. Deal? 25 years. This is all I can afford. The starfish was growing weary. Han Fei fell silent for a while. 35 years. This is my bottom line. The hexagon starfish? The hexagon starfish just wanted to slap him. Why is this man so sly? Didn't he just say 30 years? Why did he suddenly add 5 more years? The hexagon starfish gave up. Human, you win. 30 years, I'll give it to you. Now let me go. Han Fei stated again. 35 years. This is my bottom line. If it weren't in the sea, the hexagon starfish would have cried. Did I do anything wrong? Why have I met this demon? He is such a bully. The hexagon starfish asked, you promise you'll let me go, right? Of course, I swear in the name of sea god. I'll definitely let you go. A big mass of spiritual energy suddenly appeared in front of Han Fei, and he grinned from ear to ear. Human, can you fulfill your promise now? With a wave of Han Fei's hand, the big mass of spiritual energy disappeared. And the hexagon starfish's 6 eyes twitched at the same time. Does this guy have a space treasure? This sly bastard. Crack. Han Fei casually crushed the black stone and said with a smile, "Young master. Hexagon, although the sea is endless, I hope we can meet again in the future." Humph. Muddy dust rose instantly in the big pit and the huge starfish turned palm sized and swooshed away. Han Fei. At the same time, the hexagon starfish's voice rang in his head, "You evil human, I will never meet you again, never ever." Han Fei froze in place. "I haven't finished my words yet. Why did you run away so fast? Shit, is this the speed of a mysterious creature of level 36? I can't keep up at all." Not in a hurry at all, he was lying in the water, slowly absorbing the spiritual spring. Half an hour later, Han Fei looked at his 690,006 points of spiritual energy and beamed with delight. "I'm rich. Sure enough, treasure. Hunting is the fastest way to get rich in this world." But when he looked down at his ball-like figure, the smile on his face suddenly stiffened. "Damn you, Ren Tianfei. Damn you." Han Fei could almost imagine how he would become the laughing stock of the villagers when he returned to the heavenly water village. In the evening, on the sea, many people put away their fishing rods and prepared to go home. A white fishing boat appeared abruptly, and a fatty holding his chin in one hand with a sad face, controlled the fishing boat to fly to the floating island with the other. The fish dragons. Han Fei tried to clasp his hands behind his back to look more dignified, but when he realized he was too fat to do so, his face turned black. "Stop, that fatty, this is the territory of the fish dragons. Unauthorized persons are not allowed to break in." Han Fei raised his head with a jerk. "Who do you call fat? Say it again?" The man sneered, "Fatty, being fat is not your fault, but not obeying our rules is. Do you know who our leader is? Our leader is—" Bam! The man was sent flying through the air. "How dare you? Brothers, come here. Someone broke into our territory." Han Fei was quickly surrounded by a group of members of the fish dragons, but everyone was wary. This fatty seemed to be quite strong. Han Fei shouted, "Hey! Can't you recognize who I am?" One member shouted, "No matter who you are, you've gotta behave yourself here. Besides, we don't have such a fat person in the entire heavenly water village. Are you a spy from another village?" Han Fei pulled the fat on his face aside with difficulty. "Now can you recognize me?" "Oh." The members were all stunned. They seemed to find something horrible. Lu, leader?" Han Fei asked, "Did you just find out it was me? Do you want to revolt?" "Gosh, leader. How you've changed. Young master, what happened to you?" After a while, Li Gan, Li Gang, and Li Qing all came back. When they saw Han Fei, they couldn't believe their eyes. Li Gang even stuck out his belly and patted it. "Oh, I'm no match for young master in the figure. I'm almost skinny compared to him." Han Fei pointed to Li Gang angrily. "Li Gang, hold your belly back." "Li Gang? During the more than half month since I left, has anyone asked for me?" Li Gang replied, "Young master, the village leader has looked for you, so have those people who you took to our hot pot restaurant for dinner last time. But they all thought you went to the mixed zone to cultivate." Han Fei was puzzled. "Didn't anyone ask why I hadn't come back for half a month?" Li Gang scratched his head and said, "Well, the two female fishing masters said you must be fine, saying that the mixed zone was not dangerous for you at all." Han Fei didn't want to speak. He waved his hand. Okay, go about your own business. I have to go to the plantation. It was getting dark. Han Fei thought that he should quickly turn to old Jiang for help. Perhaps in the entire heavenly water village, only he could help him lose weight. Old Jiang and Jiang Qin had just cooked their meal. Jiang Qin brought a bunch of barbecue from the barbecue stall. Old Jiang was fiddling with the hot pot. Old Jiang frowned. Why can't I make it so delicious like that kid could? Jiang Qin simply stated, this may be his talent. I don't know where the damn little b** starred went. Does he think he is invincible? How dare he go to sea alone? Come on, let's eat. Jiang old man had just drank 3 glasses of liquor and Jiang Qin had just eaten a small piece of roasted sea mussel with her hand when they saw a huge meatball rolling in. Hey! Fatty, who the hell are you? Grandpa, help! Pooh! Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Jiang old man immediately spewed out the liquor in his mouth and Jiang Qin choked. Their eyes almost popped out. What the hell? Why did this meatball have Han Fei's voice? Han Fei bounced in and every step he made, the ground trembled. Old Jiang gasped. Han Fei? Can't you recognize me? Grandpa, do you have a way to help me lose weight? You must have, right? Jiang Qin was shocked. Han Fei, how did you become a big fatty? Old Jiang mocked him, is this just a fatty? This is clearly a ball. But how did you become like this, Han Fei? Han Fei had made up his lie earlier. He said sadly, I was practicing in the mixed area and found that fishing is not enough to satisfy me anymore. So I went into the sea, but the seabed was really dangerous. I got chased by a school of fish, so I tried to run away and accidentally swam into a sea grotto, and suddenly the water in the grotto turned red and I felt as if I was roasted. When I woke up, I became like this. Grandpa, can I still be thin? Again? Jiang Qin narrowed her eyes. Seabed grotto? Old Jiang narrowed his eyes too. Red seawater? Yes. That red silk penetrated into my body like spiritual energy. Old Jiang questioned, then how do you feel? Do you feel anything wrong in your body? So the old man does know what it is. Han Fei quickly said, Grandpa, there is a ball in my dantian, which is mixed with my spiritual energy. Jiang Qin was still at a loss, but old Jiang took a deep breath and muttered. Impossible. How could candle dragon blood appear there? Han Fei looked panicked. Grandpa, what is candle dragon blood? Old Jiang's face became serious. This is just something rumored, I have never seen it. But according to your description, there should be a drop of candle dragon blood in that place, which was accidentally absorbed by you. No, if it is really candle dragon blood, your body should have exploded. Why did you only become fat? Han Fei? Han Fei was shocked. So ordinary people would explode after absorbing the red seawater? Although he did feel he was about to explode at that time, he survived in the end. Old Jiang instructed, Qin, punch him in the stomach with the power of a junior, great fishing master. Han Fei was astonished. Huh? Bam. Han Fei rolled 7 or 8 times on the ground, then stood up 10 meters away and scratched his head. Grandpa, why did you ask Sister Qin to beat me? But Jiang Qin was stunned. Why has your body become so sturdy? Is it? Well, it seems to be sturdier. Jiang Qin. Old Jiang's eyes flickered. It seems that you will remain fat for some time. What? Han Fei pleaded, is there really nothing you can do to help me, Grandpa? How? Can I go out to meet people? Old Jiang sneered, what's wrong with being fat? This is your bliss. If becoming fat can make a fishing master's body so strong, I swear that the Heavenly Water Village would be full of fatties. Han Fei didn't accept this. How soon can I lose weight? You have a huge energy backlog in your body. When this energy is exhausted, you'll lose weight. Han Fei's eyes lit up. How can I exhaust it? Well, every time you make a breakthrough, the greater the body's ability to withstand energy, and the more energy will be consumed. So, every time you make a breakthrough, you will lose some weight. As for the specific level at which you can be thin again, I think when you become a peak-level great fishing master, you may lose half of your weight. What? Han Fei was speechless. So I will only lose half of my weight when I become a peak-level great fishing master? But I'd still be a fatty after losing half of my weight. Old Jiang clicked his tongue. If you continue to study to be a soul warrior, you might be thinner. Han Fei immediately turned to Jiang Qin. Sister Qin, can I continue studying? Sure, but from now on, you'll have to stay on the plantation for at least 20 days a month. If you agree, you'd better complete your task in the level 1 fishery tomorrow, and then come back quickly so that you can spend the entire next month in the plantation, she agreed. Han Fei scratched his belly. Okay, let's eat first. Old Jiang shouted angrily. You are so fat. Why do you still need to eat? Han Fei shouted back, I haven't eaten for half a month. A hot pot meal shouldn't make me fatter. Yes, Han Fei kind of gave up on himself now. It seemed that it was impossible for him to lose weight in a short time. He decided to turn his grief into appetite. The third day, the home of the village leader. Poof. Are you Han Fei? Distressed, Han Fei retold the story, but the village leader was amazed. God. This is God's gift to you. Han Fei, you are so lucky. We haven't had another one as lucky as you in the Heavenly Water Village for 100 years except for Tengu. Ho ho. Grandpa Leader, can you please not be so dramatic? I want to ask where Uncle Chow Fei and the others are, and I want to ask them to go to the level 1 fishery with me. Oh. They had set off the day before yesterday, but the 2 girls, Qinjiar and Chenling haven't. You can ask them to go with you. Not girls, okay? Relax, even if you were not so fat, you are only 12 years old and they will not be interested in you. Han Fei. When Qinjiar and Chenling recognized the fat man in front of them as Han Fei, their jaws dropped. Qinjiar questioned, are you really Han Fei? Don't you lie to me. Chenling exclaimed, wow. Little brother Han Fei, how heavy are you now? Are you 500 pounds? Han Fei was distressed. In fact, he was more than 500 pounds. Because the more you cultivated, the heavier you would be. Even Han Fei, who looked skinny before, actually weighed more than 200 pounds when he became a fishing master. Now God knew how many pounds he weighed. He didn't want to know it. Anyway. That's enough. Your women are superficial and always like to laugh at other people's defects. You'll never get married if you keep this way. Pa. Qinjiar knocked hard on Han Fei's head. Brat, hurry up. Set sail. Fishermen must register before going to the level 1 fishery, which was important because fishing masters were the backbone of the villages. Even one less would be a huge loss. On the way, everyone was looking at Han Fei curiously. They couldn't understand why this obese guy had 2 beautiful women with him. Are women nowadays so superficial? Shit. It's just like seeing 2 fresh flowers on a heap of cow dung. Why didn't I see this fatty before? Do we have this man in the heavenly water village? How much did he eat to get so fat? I guess at least 20 big yellow croakers a day. Han Fei couldn't bear it anymore as he shouted at the passers-by, "Enough is enough. You damned weaklings. Shut up, or else I'll throw you down from the floating island." But no one took his words seriously. Even the tigers dared not throw people from the floating island. Who did he think he was? Chen Ling comforted him, "Little brother Han Fei, don't mind them. You may wear a mask when you go out. That's self-deception." Chen Ling giggled. "It's okay. Anyway, you're still young. When you grow up, you'll lose weight." Han Fei. The level 1 fishery. When the fishing boat got onto the sea, it suddenly plunged a bit. Han Fei's face went all dark. "Don't remind me I'm heavy all the time, okay? This time we can go fishing carefree." Uncle Chow contacted the Heavenly Wood Village and Heavenly Rain Village. Now the 3 villages are allies, and I think that the level 1 fisheries will be safer. Qinjiar filled them in. "Little brother Han Fei, have you practiced the 2nd level of True Spirit fishing art? The level 1 fishery is not an ordinary one. It is difficult to catch 500 pounds of spirit-swallowing fish with only level 1 fishing arts." Han Fei responded, "Yes. Let me have a try." Han Fei took out the black iron rod. As for the fine iron fishing rod, he had thrown it to the warehouse of the fish dragons. Whoever wanted it could take it. The black iron rod was of mortal level, high quality, and was strong enough. As for the 2nd level of the so-called True Spirit fishing art, Han Fei disdained it. "If I have a better one, why should I pay attention to the lower leveled technique?" The hook god was composed of 3 fishing techniques, which are 1000 twining, flash hook, and winding snake technique. 1000's twining could control the fishing line, with which Han Fei could perceive the movements of the fish under the water. Except for blade fish, no other fish could escape once it was bound with 1000 twining. Flash hook was to catch some sly fish that would eat the bait without being caught. With this technique, he could catch any fish within a certain range of the fish hook at tremendous speed and no fish could escape. Winding snake technique was actually a deceptive fishing method. It could turn the fish hook into a spiritual energy fish and lure the fish to his bait. Han Fei had not been fishing for a long time. He felt he was a born treasure hunter. He only felt excited when he was hunting treasure. At the moment, he was a bit bored but still trying these 3 fishing techniques. Huh? Escaped? Maybe I wasn't fast enough and scared the fish away. No, I injected too much spiritual energy, so the fishing line was over stretched, giving the fish a chance to escape. Huh? Spirit-swallowing fish? Twang. Han Fei pulled the line and the spirit-swallowing fish escaped from the fishing hook. Han Fei. Qinjiar chimed in, "Little brother, be patient. This place is different from ordinary fisheries. Even the most common spirit-swallowing fish are very cunning." Han Fei glanced at Qinjiar, who had already caught 4 or 5 spirit swallowing fish, and curled his lips. Unfortunately, he now had too much fat on his face, so no one noticed his expression. Twang. This time, Han Fei moved quickly, and a 4-arm-long spirit-swallowing fish was pulled out of the sea. Han Fei beamed with a smile. You see how simple it is. I think I can catch 500 pounds today. Chen Qinjiar. The spirit-swallowing fish was not large, but rather very small. It was too small compared to other fish species, but there were a lot of them. After an hour, Qinjiar and Chen both caught dozens of fish that weighed at least 70 or 80 pounds in total, while Han Fei only caught 7 or 8 fish. Qinjiar had an idea. Little brother Han Fei, let's swap places? Chen agreed, yes, maybe this place is better. Han Fei said leisurely, no, I'm just teasing the fish. The 2 girls thought he said so out of embarrassment. You know, young men's self-esteem. But they wouldn't laugh at him, because he was still a newbie. In fact, Han Fei was teasing the fishes indeed. He was using the winding snake technique now. In the water, the fishing hook looked just like a spiritual fish, and more than a dozen spirit-swallowing fish were chasing behind. Spirit-swallowing fish, which were extremely sensitive to spiritual energy, would never let go of anything with sufficient spiritual energy. As Han Fei smiled and the fishing rod shook gently in his hand, the spiritual fish immediately swam into the mouths of 2 spirit-swallowing fish. Up. Seeing the 2 spirit-swallowing fish hung on Han Fei's fishing rod, Qinjiar and Chen were both surprised. 1 hook, but 2 fish? Han Fei chuckled. Haha. By fluke, perhaps. Wow. This is a 1 in 10,000 chance. Little brother, you're really lucky. Han Fei's face was dark. Can you stop calling me little brother? Qinjiar? Han Fei tried all the 3 fishing techniques and found that they were not difficult, but it required proficiency and a lot of spiritual energy. After trying it, he found that the winding snake was not suitable for fishing in the Level 1 fishery. A spiritual fish needed at least 30 points of spiritual energy, plus the cost of fishing itself. He could hardly make a profit. Another hour later, the girls were depressed because they found that Han Fei caught more and more spirit-swallowing fish. At first, it took him several hours to catch one, but now he only needed a few minutes. This speed made them feel ashamed. Chen whispered to Qinjiar, does a genius learn everything fast? It must be. Qinjiar agreed. Huh? Lower your head. Han Fei shouted at Qinjiar and Chen and they immediately lowered their heads, only to hear swishes and clangs, and saw a string of black stings bounce off his body. Chen was shocked. Ball fish? Qinjiar asked enviously, little brother, is your body made of fine iron? Han Fei was carrying a ball fish with only skin left, and took out a dagger to cut it open. He pinched out the small piece of white flesh in the middle of the fish and swallowed it. Han Fei chewed and mumbled, I told you not to discriminate against fat people. Fatties can be very powerful. In the evening, Han Fei had caught as many spirit-swallowing fish as the 2 girls, and also caught a swordfish. The swordfish pricked his hand with its sharp mouth, only to end up with a broken mouth. Boring. Sisters, how about going into the sea? Chen snapped her head to look at him. Are you crazy? This is the level 1 fishery. But I think I can go into the sea. Perhaps I can catch 2 rare fishes. Chinjar mocked him, we don't have so much fat to protect ourselves. If swordfish attacks us, we are sure to get hurt. Fishermen at the level 1 fisheries often spent nights on the sea, so night fishing was common. But no one would go into the water, because at night, the entire level 1 fishery would turn into a bloody hunting ground. Suddenly, Chen Ling said seriously, Han Fei, stop fishing. Some boats are coming. There were 3 boats coming, as well as 7 fishing masters. Chinjar was nervous. Damn, I thought the place we chose was already remote. How were we still found? Haha. Those from the Heavenly Water Village, hand over your harvest today, and I can spare your life. Han Fei asked Chinjar, which village are they from? Chinjar replied, look at their boats. They have a fire sign on the boat. So they are from the Heavenly Fire Village. Fire and water are incompatible. Hey! Fatty, we're talking to you. Han Fei felt the sea breeze blow past, in which there was a tinge of sadness. Han Fei took a deep breath. Sister Jar, ram our boat at theirs. Han Fei, there are many of them, but we run faster than them. We can run away. No. He has insulted me, and caused great harm to my heart. Just hit them. Chinjar rolled her eyes. Since the younger brother became fat, he wasn't as cute as before. Whoever mentioned the word fat would annoy him. However, Chinjar was not afraid. Although the other party had a lot of people, they could still run if there was any danger. After all, their ship was better. Seeing the white fishing boat rushing towards them, a man opposite immediately yelled, Fatty, are you crazy? We just want your fish. Do you have to fight us so desperately? Who are you calling fat? With a bang, before the other party had any time to escape, the ship ran into theirs. And Han Fei's fat body jumped up and fell to the other party's boat with a slam. Come on, fight me. The people from the Heavenly Fire Village didn't expect this fatty to be so ferocious. Dong. Han Fei landed on one of their fishing boats that sank a bit because of his weight, panicking those people. The young man hit Han Fei's belly with a rod that was wrapped with spiritual energy and dented his belly a little. However, Han Fei stuck out his belly and bounced the man off. The man flew backward and hit the railing so hard that they deformed. Wow. The 3 fishing masters on this boat were stunned. Wow. This guy didn't need to use spiritual energy? Did he block the blow with his own body? Although it was not a spiritual energy explosion, the human body shouldn't be able to stand it. Han Fei scratched on his belly, pointed at the man who was knocked off and said, I will give you another chance to organize your language and learn to speak politely to others. Fatty, you are seeking death. We have 3 fishing boats, you. Before he finished speaking, however, he saw the fatty rushing up to him at a speed that didn't match his figure. Then his feet were grabbed and his whole body was picked up upside down. Duong. Duong. Han Fei kept hitting the man's head against the deck until his head was broken and bleeding. Feeling his internal organs tumbling, the man groaned and vomited blood. Duong. Duong. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that something hit his body and he stumbled. When he looked back, he saw 2 other people from the Heavenly Fire Village staring at him dumbfounded. Can your body block spiritual energy explosion attacks? Bam. Han Fei quickly rammed at them with his arms open and knocked the two to the ground. Then instead of using a weapon, he sat down on them. One of them couldn't bear his weight and blood spurted out of his mouth. The other person was scared out of his pants. He quickly jumped into the sea and threw his fishing hook at another fishing boat from the Heavenly Fire village, trying to get on board. Han Fei wouldn't let him go that easily. "Did I let you go? Come back here." Han Fei waved the black iron rod in his hand and the man flying in the air was immediately tied up with the fishing line and pulled back. Bam! As he punched, the man flew into the air and then fell into the sea. Qin Jiar and Chen Ling were stunned. Is this the strength of Han Fei? What on earth has he experienced? It has only been half a month. He overcame the 3 fishing masters without even using spiritual energy. The other 2 fishing boats from the Heavenly Fire village were prepared to come over and support. However, when there was still more than 30 meters away, they found that the people on this fishing boat had all been defeated by the fatty. They swallowed and hesitated. Is that fatty from the Heavenly Water village? His strength is scary. Since when did the Heavenly Water village have such a person? Hey, fatty, we have no intention of being enemies with you. If you let us go, we will leave immediately. Ah. I said don't call me fatty. Han Fei grabbed the 2 men under his feet and threw them at the fishing boat. The huge force almost smashed the 2 men's guts. But Han Fei still didn't stop. He plunged into the sea, setting off huge waves. The other people from the Heavenly Fire village hurriedly helped the 2 men up and lay them on the deck, and someone asked, "Huh? Where is that fatty? He seems to have jumped into the sea." Ah? Did he commit suicide? Bam! Suddenly the water surface exploded, and Han Fei landed on the deck of the ship with a thud. Han Fei's face was all black. "I'll give you one more chance to reorganize your language. Who the F***ck is fatty? Gulp. Brother, it's our fault. Elder brother." Bam! With a boom, they saw the fatty smash the deck and fall into the cabin. Han Fei asked, "Who is your elder brother?" "I'm only 12 years old, and I don't have so old a brother like you." Everyone was dumbfounded. A 12-year-old? Seriously? Then how fat will you be when you are 22? But they certainly dared not speak it out. Someone finally stood up. "It's just a misunderstanding. Little brother, this is completely a misunderstanding." "Okay, then tell me, am I fat?" "No, of course you are not fat. If anyone dares to say you are fat, I'll cut his tongue off. You look perfectly fit in our village. I must say you're slim." Everyone thought to themselves, "Aren't you ashamed saying this crap? The guy is literally a meatball. Perfectly fit? Slim? How did you have the cheek to say this?" Han Fei took a look at the speaker and it was a boy about his age. Han Fei was satisfied. "You are very discerning. Okay, give us all your spirit. Swallowing fish and you can go." The other ship wanted to run away, but 5 fishing masters of their village were in Han Fei's hands. If they ran away, how would they explain to other villagers when they went back? The boy from the Heavenly Fire village heaved a long breath of relief. Sure. Let me move them to your ship." Qin Jiar and Chen Ling were stunned. "This is only your second visit to the Level 1 fishery. The first time, you stayed for only an hour and the second time, you smashed 2 fishing boats and snatched so many spirit-swallowing fish. Everyone from the heavenly fire village shut up, and no one dared mention the word fat. Something suddenly occurred to Han Fei, and he asked the boy, "What's your name?" The boy froze for a moment and answered, "Ding Yu." "Okay. Now I've decided to give you a chance. Do you want to be allies with our heavenly water village?" Everyone? The people from the heavenly fire village thought they heard him wrong. Just now you killed one of our fishing masters and badly injured 3. Now you say you want to be allies with us? Han Fei said this for a reason. It was common to ally with others in the level 1 fishery. If he coerced the people of the heavenly fire village to smash the boats of the heavenly sun village or heavenly moon village, they would have no choice but to take sides with the heavenly water village. Qinjiar interjected, "Han Fei, we have fished too much fish. Shall we go back first?" Chen Ling agreed, yeah. We have 3,000 pounds of spirit-swallowing fish in our boat, and I'm afraid our boat won't be able to contain more. We've been here for only a day. Why do we leave so early? Okay, let's requisition a fishing boat from the heavenly fire village. The people from the heavenly fire village wanted to vomit blood. They had never encountered such a situation in the first-level fishery for so many years. One man held them under such control. But under the eaves, people had to bow their heads. The existence of Han Fei seemed to be a bug in the level 1 fishery. They couldn't beat him, so they could only surrender to him. On the fishing boat, Qinjiar looked at Han Fei. "Little brother Han Fei, the heavenly fire village is not credible. We have too few people and fishing boats. We'd better go back first and come again with reinforcements." Chen Linger agreed, yeah. Although you are very strong now, if you were besieged by several peak-level fishing masters, it is still dangerous. Han Fei thought for a moment. How about you guys go back first? I want to look for rare fish. The 2 girls were speechless. Chen Ling finally said, "It's not that easy to find rare fish. Even if there is, people won't tell you." Han Fei complained in his heart, "If I knew the 2 of them were so weak, I would have come alone. With the 2 of them here, I can't even go into the sea to find fish." Wait a minute. Chen Ling suddenly pointed to the distant sea. Look, what is it? They looked at the direction she pointed to, only to see a big golden fish with a big bump on his head, hopping on the sea. Before Qinjiar said anything, someone from the heavenly fire village shouted, "God, it's a treasure-digging fish." Han Fei wanted to reach out and scratch his head, only to find that he was too fat to do it now, so he scratched his stomach and asked blankly, "That's a fish, and it's swimming in the sea. How can we catch it?" Han Fei certainly knew the treasure-digging fish that was also called squirrel fish. It was the slyest fish in the level 1 fishery. It was called a treasure-digging fish because it had a big bump on its head, in which there was a piece of treasure. Sometimes it was a spiritual bead, sometimes a piece of refining material, sometimes a spiritual fruit, and it was said that someone even dug out a cultivation art from a treasure-digging fish's head. But in any case, this fish was quite difficult to catch. Han Fei thought the fish was provoking them by hopping on the sea's surface. Qinjiar asked, "Do you think that fishing rod is only used for fishing?" A strong person can do anything with his fishing rod. In legends, heroes can catch all the fishes within 1,000 miles with a wave of his fishing rod. Han Fei replied, those are just legends. But Han Fei thought that it was not impossible. If someone could move floating islands, what Qin Jiar said was possible too. Chen Ling immediately said to the people from the Heavenly Fire Village, hey! Set sail and leave now. Do not stand in our way. The people from the Heavenly Fire Village hesitated. That was a treasure. Digging fish. A rare fish that they hadn't even seen before. Now they had finally met one, but they had no chance to touch it. But the two fishing boats from the Heavenly Fire Village still took off right away. They certainly wanted that rare fish, but their lives were more valuable. Besides, it wasn't certain that this treasure-digging fish had a treasure in its head, not to mention that Han Fei might not be able to catch this fish. Han Fei scratched his belly again and said, remember to side with us next time. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Everyone. Han Fei muttered, what a pity. I liked that guy, ding you. Qin Jiar and Chen Ling? They set sail. Qin Jiar operated the fishing boat and shouted, chase. Ling, you've mastered instant hook better than me. You try first. Neither of them counted Han Fei in. Although Han Fei learned fishing skills quickly, this was only his second time at the level 1 fishery. Han Fei could only serve as a navigator. 300 meters forward. No, 50 meters to the right. Wow, the fish is so fast. Chase it in a straight line. Turn the corner and accelerate. Qin Jiar's face was all black, and she shouted, shut up, there is no corner in the sea. Han Fei scratched his belly. Don't you think that the fish has always been 100 meters away from us? Hew. Chen Ling's fishing rod flashed and she threw the fishing line 100 meters away, but this speed was still too slow. Her hook was always 20 meters away from the treasure-digging fish. You're too slow. This fish is teasing us. Yes, he is bullying us, Han Fei observed. Chen Ling stared at Han Fei and gritted her teeth. This was the 6th time she cast her fishing hook, but she failed again. Han Fei thought it impossible to count on the girls to catch the fish, especially since he had a feeling that this fish was teasing them. Han Fei sat down on the boat. With a flash between his eyebrows, Little Black and Little White came out. Little White kissed Han Fei's face and spat out a mass of spiritual energy. Qin Jiar had given up, so she quipped, hey! Han Fei, can your spirit swallowing fish feed you spiritual energy? Yes. Occasionally, provided that you feed it with spiritual energy first. Chen Ling made a funny face. Then what's the point? The spiritual energy can be purified and condensed. When Han Fei said this, an idea popped up in his mind. Little Black, catch that damn fish. Don't bite it to death though. Just then, Chen Ling threw the fishing hook again, but still missed. Han Fei asked, are we in the middle of the level 1 fishery? I saw fishing boats. Qin Jiar looked at the dark shadows in the distance and frowned. Damn. Fine, Ling, let's give up. Wait a minute. We've chased it all the way here. How can we just let it go? Han Fei lunged to his feet. Okay, let me have a try. I've given you girls the opportunity, but you just can't catch this fish. Han Fei injected his spiritual energy into the fishing line of the black iron rod. Qin Jiar thought to herself, okay, if you want to have a try, try. Anyway, it won't take us long. Wow. You got it. Chen Ling exclaimed. She failed after trying 7 times, but Han Fei had caught it so easily? What a shame. Qinjiao was also startled. Were her eyes dazzled? Did Han Fei catch the fish by a fluke? Although the fish wasn't caught by them, the two girls were still very happy. After all, Han Fei was from the same village as them. Han Fei retracted the fishing line and the treasure-digging fish didn't struggle at all, but was dragged to the boat like a dead fish. As soon as it was taken onto the boat, Qinjiao started the boat. She looked at the big fish in Han Fei's hand from time to time as she steered the fishing boat. Han Fei touched the bump in the fish's head and knocked on it while the fish was flopping about in a panic. Pa! Han Fei stunned it with a slap, thinking whether he should break open the bump on its head or throw it into the demon purification pot to accompany the mutant mantis shrimp king. Chen Ling inspected the fish. Huh? This treasure-digging fish has been bitten. Look, a piece of meat is missing from its back. Han Fei thought of a quick explanation. Yes. Otherwise, why did it jump out of the sea? With that, Han Fei glanced at Little Black, whose mouth bulged. It must have been him who bit the fish. Qinjiao was eager to see the treasure. Little brother Han Fei, do you want to break open the bump on the fish's head? Will it die if we open it? No, but it will lose its value. Once the treasure-digging fish loses the treasure bag on its head, it will change from a rare fish to an ordinary one. Then, I think I'd better not open it. The two girls both nodded. After all, this was a rare fish. Although it didn't have much combat power, it might have treasure hunting capability. Many people tried to find a treasure-digging fish to sign a contract with but couldn't find any, but Han Fei had caught one so easily. Chen Ling agreed. Alright, you can make it your contractual spiritual fish. But unfortunately we missed this opportunity. There must be few fishing masters who haven't got a contractual spiritual fish in the heavenly water village. Qinjiao added, it is not suitable to sign a contract here. Someone must have seen us catch the fish. I suspect a fishing boat might be following us. However, Han Fei didn't want to sign a contract with this fish. If I have the ability of refining monsters, why do I need to sign a contract with them? Han Fei thought of an idea. Then I'll take it home first. This fish is so ugly. Maybe I'll still knock its head open. Qinjiao steered the fishing boat forward more than 300 miles before stopping it. Then she asked Han Fei with a smile, little brother Han Fei, are you always a lucky boy? Han Fei shook his head. No, instead of luck, I rely on strength. Qinjiao curled her lips. Strength? Do you think we don't know what happened to you? Until now, apart from the fact that you killed Li Ju, everything else you've achieved was because of Tango. Hugh. Just as they all relaxed, suddenly 5 rays of spiritual energy shot down from the sky. Qinjiao shouted, not good. Fishing hooks. Hugh. A green light shot through Qinjiao in a flash. Han Fei saw it clearly. It was an arrow that directly penetrated Qinjiao's left shoulder and nailed her to the deck. Explode. Then Han Fei saw 4 or 5 figures jumping down from the sky, and one of them was already prepared to launch a spiritual energy explosion attack. Watch out, Sister Ling. Han Fei's face changed suddenly. His fat body jumped forward like a tiger and shielded Chen Ling behind him with his body. Bam! Han Fei. Chen Ling was flabbergasted. She knew that Han Fei had a strong defense power. But wouldn't he be injured if he blocked this attack with his body? However, before she figured it out, Han Fei had pushed her away, and she saw a smile hovering on Han Fei's lips. The man attacking Han Fei seemed to be surprised. They had paid attention to this fatty for a long time, but he didn't understand how this fatty could be so agile. The man only felt two cold lights flash past his eyes, and at the next moment, he heard a scream from behind. "Dodge, that fatty." Han Fei sneered. "Dodge? Let me teach you a lesson." Han Fei's speed was so fast that before the man behind him reacted, Han Fei's double knives had been respectively inserted into his left and right shoulder. "Aha! Asshole! Damn you, fatty! You're seeking death. Go to hell." At the moment, a total of 5 people landed on Han Fei's white fishing boat. Apart from this boy who had been stabbed by Han Fei, there were 4 other boys. Han Fei was surprised. Why were they all boys about his age? Kill him. The 4 boys all pounced at Han Fei. 2 of the 4 launched spiritual energy explosion attacks at him. One of them held a bow, and the arrow was already on the string, and the left one was thrusting the sword in his hand at Han Fei. Ho ho! Han Fei wrapped his double knives with spiritual energy and also launched a spiritual energy explosion attack. In an instant, with Han Fei as the center, air billow went off in all directions. How could that be? The 4 boys were shocked to find that Han Fei was unscathed after being shot by the arrow, thrust by the sword, and hit by the rod. "I'm gonna hack you to death." Han Fei aimed at one of them, who called him a fatty. The double knives twirled in his hands, and then chopped down as fast as a bolt of lightning. Fuse. The boy reacted very quickly. He immediately protected himself with a spiritual energy cover and then fused with his spiritual beast. Han Fei saw a turtle's shadow merge into the boy's body. Pooh. However, he was still hacked down by Han Fei, and his clothes were torn apart, revealing a bloody long cut. At this time, Qinjiar and Qianling had fused with their spiritual beasts, covered their rods with spiritual energy, and rushed to help. Humph. Entangle. The sword-bearing boy retreated, and suddenly numerous amounts of seaweed emerged from his sides and tried to entangle Qianling and Qinjiar. Qinjiar's face changed greatly. "Spirit entangled grass? Are you from the town?" A shrimp shadow appeared in front of Qinjiar and tried to cut off the spirit entangled grasses with its pliers. The sword-holding boy shouted, "Bind!" The sheet of spirit entangled grasses moved instantly, tying Qinjiar and Qianling up. The 2 pliers of Qinjiar's shrimp were crushed by the grasses, and she was powerless to resist. Seeing this scene, Han Fei picked up his rod on the deck with one foot, took it in his hand, and swung it at the boy. The boy didn't panic at all. The sheet of grasses quickly came at him. Explode. As Han Fei launched another spiritual energy explosion attack, the grasses were destroyed and the sword-bearing boy retreated 5 or 6 steps before stopping. At this moment, Han Fei had been surrounded by the 5 of them. Although 2 of them were injured by Han Fei, they could still fight. The boy who was stabbed in the shoulders by Han Fei had taken a pill and was especially ready for revenge as he stared at him ferociously. Han Fei was confused. "I remembered they said that people from the town will not attack us." But the boy with a sword said, "We just wanted the treasure-digging fish, but how dare you hurt my companion? Now you must die." Han Fei scratched his belly. "That means you can attack us, but if we fight back, we should be slaughtered?" The boy who was injured by Han Fei shouted, "You damn pig, if you present the treasure-digging fish to us, get on your knees and beg, maybe I will consider sparing your life." Han Fei continued to scratch his belly. "Spare my life? How do you have the cheek to say so? Do you forget you've just been beaten by me?" The bow-holding boy said calmly, "Be careful. This fatty has very strong defense power. He blocked all our attacks with his own body. We didn't even break his protective cover, so we must try our best." Qinjiao interjected, "That's unfair. The level 1 fishery doesn't belong to you guys. How can you bully us like this?" The sword-bearing boy replied, "As you said, the level 1 fishery doesn't belong to anyone, so it's normal for us to snatch your treasure-digging fish." Qinjiao was angry, but she still said to Han Fei, "Han Fei, don't get entangled by the spirit-entangled grass. It will suck up your spiritual energy." Han Fei nodded slightly. "I see." Han Fei looked at the sky. "It seems that someone has not come down yet. He seems to be certain that you will win." A boy sneered, "If we can't even beat a pig like you, how can we be called heavenly talents?" Han Fei's face was turning darker and his fat lips trembled. "You know what? I hate people calling me fat. The one in the sky, listen well. If you still don't come down, I'll slaughter these guys. Don't blame me for not reminding you." "Slaughter us? In your dreams?" In the next moment, they moved, but so did Han Fei. In an instant, he activated Crazy Devil's rod, and his rod was so fast that only shadows could be seen. The 5 boys were stunned. "Damn it, so fast. How is this fatty so agile?" Han Fei was targeting no one but the guy holding the bow. His bow nearly pierced his skin. Die. Clang, clang, clang. 3 boys were guarding the bow-bearing boy, but to their horror, they could hardly resist the fatty's attacks. His speed didn't match his figure at all. Behind him, Han Fei felt that spirit-entangled grass secretly crawl at him. Again. He dodged and then, in the horrified stare of everyone, set foot on the wind and flew into the air. At that second, everyone was stunned. This man who was so fat could step into the air? Explode. Han Fei injected 300 points of spiritual energy into this attack, which was almost all spiritual energy a junior fishing master could have. The boy whose spiritual beast was a turtle suddenly moved forward and roared, and a turtle shadow appeared in the air and seemed to try to block this attack. Bam! Crack! The turtle's shell was crushed and the boy flew into the sea like a stringless kite. Han Fei was confident that this attack had broken the boy's hands, and without hands, he would be dead meat after falling into the water. But several spirit-entangled grasses appeared in the air and the boy was pulled back by the sword-bearing boy behind him. "Did you think I was dead?" Han Fei immediately threw down the rod and stepped on the wind. His double knives were as fast as a bolt of lightning and quickly cut off the spirit-entangled grasses. But what surprised Han Fei even more was that the bow-holding boy waved the fishing rod in his hand, wrapped the boy's body with the fishing line, and pulled him back again. At the moment when the boy was pulled back, Han Fei noticed that besides the spiritual energy protective cover, the two had an extra layer of armor, which was woven from spiritual energy. Huh? Not bad. Han Fei glanced back at the sword-bearing boy. "So, are you a manipulator?" The sword-bearing boy frowned. He didn't seem to expect that this fatty would be so strong, but he still said arrogantly, "Humph, it seems that you're not as stupid as I thought. Unfortunately, you don't have a soul warrior, no hunter, and no spirit gatherer in your team. What makes you think you can beat me?" Han Fei moved again, but this time, instead of attacking the bow-holding boy, he rushed at the sword-bearing boy. Old Jiang once said that in a team, the manipulator and the spirit gatherer were the most dangerous. If he were met by them, he should kill them as soon as possible. The sword-bearing boy's face changed, and the spirit-entangled grasses rushed towards Han Fei crazily. However, in front of Han Fei, who was as fast as a phantom, the spirit-entangled grasses were of no use and were all torn to pieces. The sword-bearing boy knew that he couldn't beat Han Fei, so he controlled the spirit-entangled grasses to wrap himself up, and then detoured back to the bow-bearing boy. Han Fei scratched his belly. A smart move. Han Fei looked at the sky and said again, "The guy in the sky, if you don't come down now, I'm gonna kill them all. I've warned you twice." Arrogant. Presumptuous. Fatty, how dare you? Fatty, you are nothing but an intermediate fishing master. I'm afraid that your spiritual energy is already exhausted. You're just bluffing. Seeing the man in the sky still not come down, Han Fei was angered. Explode. 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 Han Fei was really angry. He didn't want to expose his real strength. These boys were not weak. Although they were not his match, they didn't suffer a crushing defeat. However, when his spiritual energy burst out seemingly endlessly, everyone was dumbfounded. They could withstand one blow from this fatty, but what about two? Or even three? When Han Fei launched the first blow, the spiritual energy armor and protective covers of the two rod-holding boys were shattered. With his second attack, Han Fei ignored the flying arrow and directly struck the two rod-holding boys away. One boy's rod was bent by Han Fei, and his hands broke with a crack. With his third attack, the spirit-entangled grasses tried to protect the boys, only to be smashed by Han Fei's single blow. The sword-bearing boy was hit, flying and vomited blood, but fortunately, the spirit-entangled grass tied him to the railings in time so that he didn't fall into the sea. They seemed to earn some time for the bow-bearing boy. The bow-bearing boy stepped on the railings and jumped up sharply, and the three long arrows in his hand turned into three white flashes that shot at Han Fei. Protective cover. Han Fei roared and a palm-sized knife appeared in his hand. Hew. Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei took 3 steps back, and his protective cover was shattered by the 3 arrows. He took a breath. This bow-bearing boy was strong. Even a peak level fishing master wouldn't be able to stand these 3 arrows. Unfortunately, he, Han Fei, was not an ordinary person. While he was attacked by these 3 arrows, the bow-bearing boy groaned and fell from the sky. His chest was pierced and his heart was almost shot by Han Fei. The sword-bearing boy coughed up blood and glared coldly at Han Fei. Despicable. Oh, I'm despicable? So is it glorious that the 5 of you have ganged up on me? Explode. Han Fei swung the rod at them again, saving no strength, because he found that these boys weren't afraid of him and their offense and defense were still organized. If Han Fei guessed right, the person in the sky was their dependence. Bam. However, the next moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of him, who blocked his attack with a rod. Han Fei was shaken off more than 3 meters away and then took 4 or 5 steps back. Stop it. Fury. Han Fei shouted, stop my ass. Han Fei's strength skyrocketed in an instant, and he activated Crazy Devils. Rod again. This time he reserved no strength. If it weren't for the fact that he looked a bit creepy after fusion, he would have already fused with Little Black and Little White. Huh? What a strong force. Don't you feel that he has become stronger? Bam. 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 The middle-aged man was forced to fight back, and they were locked in a dogfight. Qin Jiao and Chen Ling were dumbfounded, and Han Fei's strength was beyond their cognition. These people were heavenly talents from the town. One of them beat the 2 of them with a single blow. But Han Fei knocked all 5 of them down alone. Qin Jiao shouted, Han Fei, the man is a great fishing master. The middle-aged man pleaded, boy, stop it. They've lost. I'll take them away. Are you kidding me? Do you think you can just walk away? You've got to give me compensation. The middle-aged man frowned. Boy, don't overdo it. Ho ho, I overdo? Explode. Han Fei didn't know whether he could beat a great fishing master, but when it came to spiritual energy, he was sure that this man was definitely no match for him. Explode. 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 Bam. 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 Even a great fishing master couldn't resist Han Fei's crazy attacks, and the 5 boys behind the middle-aged man were all dumbfounded. How could this fatty be so strong? This was their teacher. And they fought to a draw? The middle-aged man also seemed to be a bit embarrassed and burst into a roar. Electric shock. Immediately, Han Fei saw an electric arc flash past his eyes and a jellyfish floating on the head of the middle-aged man. The jellyfish was generating electricity that made his body numb. However, this pain was completely incomparable to what he got from the hexagon starfish. So Han Fei just shook his body and swung his rod at him again. Shit. The middle-aged man didn't know what to say. Is this fat man spiritual energy infinite? Why hasn't his spiritual energy run out yet? When he blocked this attack, Han Fei suddenly retreated and shot out a knife at him as fast as a bolt of lightning. Universe broadsword. The middle-aged man's face changed greatly. Fuse. In an instant, the middle-aged man protected his body with a spiritual energy cover, fused with his spiritual beast, and held the rod in front of his chest. Crack. The middle-aged man was hit flying, his hand was bleeding, and a trace of blood oozed out of his mouth. He didn't seem to be seriously injured, but his protective cover and fusion with his spiritual beast were both shattered. Cough. Boy, don't challenge my patience. Although your strength is formidable, with me here, you can't hurt my students. In fact, Han Fei was also breathless. After all, he was only an intermediate fishing master and his attacking methods were limited. Although he was already strong, in front of a real great fishing master, he didn't seem to be strong enough. He had used the universe broadsword technique to see whether he could withstand using it in combat or not. But this time, he felt much better, at least not as weak as when he first used it in the fight against Jiang Qin. At the same time, he also confirmed the fact that a great fishing master was much stronger than a fishing master. If the person in front of him was Li Ju, he would have been killed by him. Han Fei gasped. Your students hurt innocent people for no reason, but you just let them. You must compensate me for my loss. The middle-aged man snorted. What do you want? Han Fei sneered, don't forget, I haven't fused with my spiritual beast yet. The man's face changed slightly. Even if you fuse with your spiritual beast. So what? Even if I can't kill you, none of your 5 students will escape. The middle-aged man's eyes turned chilly. Boy, are you provoking me? Ha ha ha, Han Fei laughed. I dare not. You are a great fishing master. You are stronger than me. You have the final say. Are you from the town? Dare you? Tell me your name? When I go to the town, I will challenge you. The middle-aged man was thinking about whether or not to take the opportunity to kill Han Fei. Anyway, there was no one around, and killing him should cause him no trouble. Han Fei enticed him. What? Want to kill me? Even if you are a great fishing master, you can't kill me. You are an intermediate great fishing master at most, or even only a junior one. Even if I stand still and let you cut me, you won't be able to kill me. The middle-aged man frowned. What the fatty said is right. His defense is too strong. God only knew how the villages have such a strong man. Why didn't this guy go to the town? Of course, when I challenge you, I will fight you one-on-one. But can you explain why your students ganged up on me? Don't they need to pay for their mistake? Behind the middle-aged man, the sword-bearing boy shouted angrily, Fatty! What do you want? Han Fei's face suddenly changed, and his momentum rose. Let me say it again. Whoever dares to call me Fatty again, I'll kill him. Yes, your teacher is here, but so what? If you really piss me off, I can kill all of you in front of his eyes. The sword-holding boy muttered, arrogant. Arrogant? Han Fei waved his hand and cut off the spirit-entangled grass on Qinjiao and Qinling's body, and at the same time, 2 columns of spiritual energy were poured into the body of the two. At this moment, including the middle-aged great fishing master, everyone was shocked. Middle-aged man couldn't help but ask, are you a spirit gatherer? The bow-bearing boy cried out, how is it possible? How can these fishing villages have a spirit gatherer? As soon as Qinjiao and Qinling's spiritual energy recovered a little, they immediately stood up and held their rods, ready to fight. Han Fei spoke again, so, do you still want to walk away as if nothing happened? Han Fei knocked on the deck with his rod. After such a fierce battle, my boat is unscathed. Gee, what a sturdy boat. The middle-aged man's face changed again, and he had noticed this just now. Yes. The quality of this boat was so good that it was absolutely impossible for Han Fei to own it. There was someone behind Han Fei who was definitely more powerful than him. The middle-aged man answered, I am a teacher for the fighting department of the 3rd Academy of Blue Sea Town, Yinan Fei. Boy, I'll wait for you to come to the town to challenge me. As for compensation, what do you want? The middle-aged man directly mentioned compensation. He had no doubt that this fatty would fight with them to the death, but he didn't dare to kill him now. The 5 of them attacked us, so I want 5 rare fish. You can go after giving them to me. The 5 boys behind the middle-aged man immediately shouted angrily. Are you out of your mind? What makes you think we have 5 rare fish? You want too much. Han Fei said with a smile, I want too much? Losers, I found that all your spiritual beasts are exotic fishes. Can't you even take out 5 rare fish? The sword-bearing boy answered, I will only give you 2. That's all you can have. Han Fei's voice suddenly rose by 8 octaves. Do you think I'm kidding with you? Do I look like a beggar to you? The middle-aged took a deep look at Han Fei. Which village are you from? The Heavenly Water Village. I'm Han Fei. If you want to take revenge, you can. Come as long as you dare. The middle-aged person squinted. I have a rare spiritual crab here. We will give you 3 rare fishes first, and the other 2 will be sent to your village leader in 2 days. Han Fei didn't care what he got. At last, he got a crab and 2 squids. Neither of which were fish. But since they were all rare, Han Fei didn't reject them. Okay, you can go now. The middle-aged man snorted and left with his 5 students. As soon as they boarded the ship, they heard Han Fei say, their strength really let me down. The boys paused their steps and looked back angrily, only to see that Han Fei was scratching his belly casually and didn't look like that wild fatty in the fight just now at all. When the fishing boat took off, a boy said resentfully, Han Fei, you bastard. Don't let me see you again. I swear I'll kill you one day. The sword-bearing boy paused for a moment. Teacher, is that man really an intermediate fishing master? Why is he so powerful? And he is also a spirit gatherer? Hearing his words, everyone fell silent. Yes, the fatty was too strong. They had used all their combat skills, but couldn't even pierce his skin. This huge sense of frustration overwhelmed them. If Han Fei was a genius in the town, they might be able to accept it, but he was only an ordinary fishing village boy. The middle-aged man said, he is not simple. His spiritual energy is exceptionally sufficient. Although he is a spirit gatherer, he did not absorb spiritual energy for himself during the battle. Moreover, his defense power is even stronger than mine, so I think he must have got some special chances. But no matter what, it's not a bad thing that you failed this time. However strong you are, there is always someone stronger. You must bear in mind that there is no shortage of geniuses in this world. The middle-aged man paused. And this man won't stay in a fishing village forever. One day, when he sets his feet in the town. He didn't go on, but everyone shivered. If the fatty came to the town, what would happen? Can he make it to the top 100? The sword-bearing boy asked, tentatively. The middle-aged man nodded. It's possible. Huh. Everyone gasped. Oh, my gosh. The top 100 of the 3 colleges are at least peak-level junior great fishing masters. The bow-bearing boy secretly clenched the bow. He always felt that his explosive power was unparalleled. Even in the town, he could be ranked among the top 100, but he couldn't break the fatty's defense. He muttered. Did I choose a wrong cultivation path? When they left, Han Fei collapsed to the deck like a dead pig, humming, Sister Jar, let's go back. Oh, I'm exhausted, I can't move. Chen Jiar and Chen Ling were dumbfounded. Didn't you just clamor that you would fight those people to death if they didn't give you rare fish? So you were just pretending? Chen Jiar asked, are you okay? No, I feel that my hands and feet are not my own. The great fishing master is really powerful. I attacked him with all my strength, but he was only slightly injured. If I really fought him, I'm afraid that I would have had to run away. Chen Ling said slowly, Han Fei, you're already great. We can't believe that. You suddenly became so strong. Chen Jiar nodded and thought to herself, that was a great fishing master. how dare Han Fei start a fight with him? And he even injured him. Although he was slightly injured, Han Fei should still be proud of himself. At the level 1 fishery, they hadn't seen anyone dare to fight a big fishing master from the town. You may not believe it, but my experience is that you must try your best in each fight. Just like this case tonight, no matter if you can win or not, you've got to fight. Han Fei scratched his belly again. When the middle-aged man gave him 3 rare fishes just now, he really wanted to take out the water-stirring seal and crush them. But then he thought that he might not be able to handle the subsequent troubles, so he dismissed the idea. After a long break, Han Fei slowly got up and looked at the 3 rare fishes. Name: lightning crab. Level 17. Quality rare. Spiritual energy, 210 points. Edible effect: lightning crab roe can enhance your explosive power. Collectible: crab claws. Absorbable. Han Fei remembered that Zhang Peng's spiritual beast was a lightning crab, and today he got one. Han Fei turned to look at the 2 squids. Name: swift squid. Level 16. Quality rare. Spiritual energy, 140 points. Edible effect: long-term consumption can enhance the tolerance of the human body's meridians. Collectible: squid gallbladder, used when running away. Absorbable. Han Fei secretly took a breath. In addition to the mutant mantis shrimp king he already had, now he had 4 rare creatures. He really wanted to refine them here to see what he could make. But of course, this kind of secret couldn't be revealed to outsiders. Han Fei suppressed his inner excitement and decided to go back to the village first. Han Fei informed them of his current plan. Sister Jiar and Sister Ling, you can go to the village leader and take the 2 rare creatures. I'm going back to cultivate. Qin Jiar shook her head. No, they should belong to you. Chen Ling added, yes, you should keep them. Don't be polite to me. After all, we were on the same boat. Besides, we're friends. Just keep them. I don't need so many rare fish. Qin Jiar thought of the opportunity. Well, I really don't need that much. You know, the members of the fish dragons are mostly fishermen. They don't need rare fishes yet. Qin Jiar smiled. Okay, thank you, little brother Han Fei. Chen Ling tilted her head. Wow, we were out only for a day and harvested 6 rare fishes. Jiar, this seems to be the most fruitful day we've ever had. Right? Far more than that. We haven't gotten such a big gain in decades. The Heavenly Water Village. The village leader was stunned and looked at Han Fei as if looking at a monster. He asked, did you fight a big fishing master? Han Fei scratched his belly. Yes, we fought for a bit, but it wasn't a real fight. The 2 girls rolled their eyes. It wasn't a real fight? Do you know how fiercely you hacked him in the end? I see. Han Fei, you really don't want to go to the town? Han Fei could imagine how He Xiaoyu would laugh her head off when she saw him. And immediately shook his head. No, I still have a lot of things to tend to. Grandpa leader, I'm going to cultivate. Bye. The village leader. Han Fei took to his heels. He couldn't bear the old village leader's interrogation because it was not convenient to answer some of his questions. The village leader looked at Qin Jiar and Chen Ling. Don't tell others about this matter, including the fishing masters of our village, understood? Yes, leader. In the training hall of the fish dragons. Han Fei stuffed all 4 rare creatures into the demon purification pot. He didn't care what was in the treasure-digging fish's head. Could its treasure be compared to the hexagon starfishes? The damned starfish spent hundreds of years accumulating a pile of junk. What could this treasure-digging fish find in the level 1 fishery? Then a string of data appeared in front of his eyes. Demons to be refined: mutant mantis shrimp king, treasure-digging fish. Lightning crab, swift squid. Spiritual energy, 10,000 points. Fusion result unknown. Refine or not? Han Fei looked at his over 680,000 points of spiritual energy. The 10,000 points of spiritual energy were nothing to him. Yes. The 5 rare creatures shattered in the blink of an eye and were sucked into a dark vortex, and what gradually emerged was a pale golden mantis shrimp with a long tail. Contractual spiritual pet. Name: 9-tailed mantis shrimp, 3-tailed now. Introduction: a mutant mantis shrimp, having a quick speed and strong attacking power, good at hiding itself and attacking prey. When it has grown into its complete form, its 9 tails will turn into 9 divine chains, which are extremely powerful. Level 14. Quality: legendary. Spiritual energy, 690 points. Food: omnivorous, prefers shrimps. Remarks: the current state, 3-tailed. It can continue to refine. Wow. Shit. This is awesome. Before Han Fei finished speaking, a 3-meter-long mutant mantis shrimp appeared in front of his eyes, and the 3 long tails on its buttocks were swinging. As soon as the 9-tailed mantis shrimp saw Han Fei, it rushed up and hugged Han Fei with its 6 claws. Go away. Do you think you are a dog? You don't have a tongue and you are covered in shells. Bam, bam. Han Fei looked down, only to find the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was humping him. He immediately kicked it off, and it curled up in fear. Han Fei scolded, "You're a shrimp. Why do you act like a rutting male dog? Bastard, how did I synthesize such a thing? Come on, get into my body." With a swish, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp turned into a golden light that went into Han Fei's arm and disappeared. Han Fei hurriedly looked around. Fortunately, it was the training hall of the fish dragons. If it were outside, people would have laughed their asses off. Han Fei was nearly F***ed by a shrimp. This time, Han Fei's contribution was huge, so theoretically, he could rest for 3 months or more. Of course, Han Fei didn't take it seriously at all. He felt that the level 1 fishery was no longer challenging for him. Perhaps he should go to the level 2 fishery to have a try. However, before that, he decided to lose weight first. Since Han Fei became a fatty, he had been discriminated against by old Jiang, and his originally low status had plummeted further. Old Jiang said while he was basking in the sun, "How long have you not taken care of these fields? Pull out all the weeds in the fields and then prune the unsightly spirit plants today. Grandpa, can I call someone from the fish dragons to do these jobs for me? Isn't it a waste of my time to do these jobs?" Old Jiang looked Han Fei up and down. "Ho ho, look at yourself. You look like a pig. Can you lose weight without exercise?" Han Fei was helpless. "Can this type of exercise help me lose weight?" Old Jiang waved, and a ball of water was thrown at Han Fei's face. "Shut up. Don't talk back to me." Han Fei was speechless. "I should have stayed in the fish dragons. Why do I come here to suffer? Now I'll not only have to till the land, but also have to cook. If old Jiang wants, I'll even have to serve him tea like a servant." Fortunately, Jiangqin showed up in time. On the training ground of the plantation, Jiangqin said, although you have not officially become a soul warrior, with your current size and physical strength, you're fully qualified for becoming one. Han Fei's eyes lit up. Can I learn relevant combat skills now? Han Fei had long felt in combat that his endurance was not strong. Crazy. Devil's Rod didn't improve his strength, but just turned him crazy and fury. That did boost his combat power, couldn't last long. As for the universe broadsword, he would be exhausted even if he only used it once. All these skills only improved his explosive power. If he met someone who had good stamina, he would lose. I heard that you fought a great fishing master. How do you feel? Jiangqin asked. I think he didn't exert his full strength, nor did he use any special combat skills, but I can be sure that his strength and physical fitness are mediocre. Jiangqin was speechless. An intermediate great fishing master's strength and physical fitness were mediocre? Seriously? Jiangqin probed, and the students from the town are quite strong. Their spiritual beasts are various, and they have many combat skills. Oh, yes. They used different weapons, not just rods. Long rods are still the major weapon of fishing masters, because ordinary people can't get special weapons such as broadswords, swords, spears, and halberds. Even if they use a special weapon, they still use it like a rod, so people might as well use rods. Han Fei interrupted her, I like bows. They're lethal. Jiangqin shook her head. War bow is one of the most difficult weapons to master. Do you think it's easy to use? Shoot at an imaginary target 10 million times a day, day after day, year after year before you get proficient with a bow. Can you bear the boredom? Han Fei scratched his belly and thought, I've learned archery, okay? I used to be a senior trainee in a professional archery club. Han Fei stated, then I'll choose broadswords. I guessed so. It fits your current size. Sister Qin, that's not funny. Jiangqin tittered, but then her face turned serious. Han Fei, let me ask you again, do you want to become a soul warrior or not? This is completely different from becoming a spirit gatherer. It's because of a special chance that you became a spirit gatherer, but if you become a soul warrior, it won't be because of a special chance, but a trade. If you want to learn the skills of a soul warrior from me, you'll have to promise me one thing which may put your life in danger. Looking at Jiangqin's serious face, Han Fei no longer smiled and said, seriously, Sister Qin, tell me what you want from me first. Jiangqin turned her back to Han Fei. I didn't want to choose you because you were too weak, but now I've changed my mind. Do you know why my grandpa and I are living in the Heavenly Water Village? Han Fei shook his head. He was also puzzled. When he first met old Jiang, he felt that this old man was very special. How can someone who owns such a large plantation in the Heavenly Water Village be weak? That was impossible. He was definitely no weaker than the village leader. Then he witnessed how old Jiang beat the village leader merely by waving his hand. Even a great fishing master was not capable of this. Jiangqin continued, Grandpa and I are from the Thousand-Star City. Yes. We're from the same place as Fangzhe. Han Fei clicked his tongue. I had guessed so. When you talked about Fangzhe, you showed no respect for him, so in your eyes, Fangzhe is equal to, or even below you. Jiangqin glanced at Han Fei curiously. You are smart, but why do you have no respect for Fengze either when you talk about him? Isn't he a god in the eyes of everyone from the heavenly water village? God? Haha, how can there be so many gods in this world? Fengze is at most an ordinary character in the city and must be far away from those high-level ones. He only looks like a big shot in a small place like this. Why should I treat him like a god? My goal is the infinite ocean. Perhaps when I become a god and he hasn't yet. Ah. Jiang Qin gave Han Fei a slap and said helplessly, "You're not like a 12-year-old kid at all. You've just had some insignificant chances. Don't be so arrogant. People like you are easy to fail." Han Fei bounced up from the ground. "So I have to lose weight, so that I can run fast. When I'm stronger than the enemy, I attack. When they are stronger than me, I retreat. It's easy, isn't it?" Jiang Qin just wanted to slap this little bastard to death. How can you talk about retreat so righteously? Jiang Qin waved her hand. Okay, let's get to the point. I want to help you become a soul warrior because I want you to find a person for me. Sister Qin, you are a soul warrior yourself. Can't you go find that person? Can't you find him with your strength? Han Fei wondered. I did. Since Grandpa and I came to the floating island 3 years ago, we have never stopped looking for him. I chose you because you're really lucky. A person can be lucky once or twice, but you're lucky all the time. You're special. Han Fei scratched his belly. Actually, instead of luck, I rely on strength. Huh. Do you know how many times the level 1 fishery and the level 2 fishery have been searched by countless strong masters? But you can still find opportunities frequently in these 2 places. You can even go into the seabed grotto and come out alive. It shows that you are special. Han Fei was shocked. Oh. So. You've known? Jiang Qin curled her lips. How many special chances are there in ordinary fisheries? If I guessed right, you've won the only 2 special chances that they can offer. This is what we call luck. Seeing Han Fei swallow his saliva in embarrassment, Jiang Qin waved her hand and said, in fact, there are many places where there are special chances. As far as we know, there are hundreds or thousands of forbidden places. But there is always someone who can get a special chance from these places. Han Fei asked in a small voice, why don't the strong masters explore those places? Some of them don't think it's worth it, some can't get in, and some don't even bother to come to the villages. Of course, most of these special chances are of little use to these strong masters. Han Fei was a bit frustrated. He thought smugly that he had gotten great chances and tried to hide them from others. It turned out that they had known for quite some time. Okay. Who are you looking for? Where is he? Jiang Qin simply stated, I have no clue. All I know is that he was last seen in the Heavenly Water Village, or some forbidden place in the level 3 fishery. Well, Sister Qin, since you and Grandpa come from the city, is the level 3 fishery difficult for you? Jiang Qin was annoyed. Do you know what a forbidden place is? Let alone the level 3 fishery. Even in an ordinary fishery, a forbidden place will kill countless strong masters. Even you can't find him. How could I find him? Jiang Qin looked at Han Fei. I don't count on you completely, but you will need to search for him when the time comes. If nothing special happens, this Forbidden place involves the unknown place beyond the level 3 fishery, so it's not as simple as you think. And not only you, I've also asked some other people to help me, but you seem to have more potential. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Oh, I'm disappointed. So I'm just a spare tire in your eyes? Wouldn't the so-called secret be in the treasure left to him by Ren Tianfei, the old bastard? Possibly. Jiang Qin continued, based on your performance at the level 1 fishery this time, I think that someone will invite you to the town in the near future. At that time, I am afraid that you'll have to go even if you don't want to. If you are willing to learn from me and become a soul warrior, I can help you deal with them. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. Okay. Then help me please. But I can't promise you. If I think I can't find that place, or even if I can find that place, if I may die there, I will give up. Okay, if you still have the chance to give up at that time, you only need to convey the message to me. Han Fei's face lit up with energy. Nice, let's start. On the training ground of the plantation. Soul warriors are different from other professions. Hunters value explosive power, spirit gatherers mainly support their teammates, manipulators plan the whole combat, and armorists have the top defense and individual combat power. However, soul warriors need to stabilize the frontal battlefield, which requires strong physique, hardcore combat skills, the ability to kill enemies, and the courage to charge forward, Jiang Qin explained. With that, Jiang Qin picked up a fine iron rod. Come. You are now a peak level intermediate fishing master, but you can fight against a great fishing master. When I was at your level, I couldn't even beat my peers. Now I've decreased my strength to the level of an intermediate fishing master. Let's fight. Han Fei was frightened. Sister Qin, you don't have to do this. Jiang Qin just rushed up quietly. Like last time, Han Fei thought this would be another meaningless battle. But when Jiang Qin swung the rod at him, her aura changed instantly. Clang. Han Fei blocked her attack with his rod. To be honest, I think no intermediate fishing master can beat me now, he thought to himself. But Jiang Qin ducked to the side, and the fine iron rod in her hand chopped at him from the side like a broadsword. Han Fei chose to block this blow head-on, because he felt that the rod could not hurt him. Han Fei activated the crazy devil's rod, and the rod in his hand collided with the fine iron rod in Jiang Qin's hands, producing clanking sounds. Fuse. In an instant, Jiang Qin's momentum soared, and an armor suddenly appeared on her body. Han Fei wasn't sure, but the armor on Jiang Qin's body was so real. And except for the armor, 6 claws-like spider feet stuck out behind her simultaneously. Hew! 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 Han Fei's face changed. These spider feet could move. They moved as Jiang Qin kicked at or punched him, and Han Fei felt as if fighting 4 people head-on at the same time. Wow! She suddenly seems to have 3 heads and 6 arms. These spider legs were just like Naz's 3 heads and 6 arms. No, they were more dangerous. There were 8 arms. Wasn't it horrible to fight 8 arms with only 2 arms? Besides, Jiang Qin was attacking him extremely fast. Like crazy. Han Fei could see that Jiang Qin had also decreased her spiritual energy to the level of an intermediate fishing master, and didn't supplement any spiritual energy. Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei found that his crazy devil's rod couldn't resist her attacks at all. No matter how fast the crazy devil's rod was, it couldn't block the lightning. Like head-on attacks by 4 people at the same time. For a while, Han Fei's body kept being hit and clanking sounds rang ceaselessly. Just when Han Fei thought it was time to over, he heard Jiang Qin shout, "Burn!" As soon as Jiang Qin's voice entered his ears, he felt that his blood was boiling. He went furious and began to attack Jiang Qin like mad. Han Fei ignored those spider feet and launched a spiritual energy explosion. Attack. Explode. Shield wall. As Jiang Qin shouted, the 6 spider legs closed together instantly, forming a large shield. Bam! Han Fei frowned. It's so strong. Han Fei didn't save any strength, but Jiang Qin, at the same level of him now, seemed to be as strong as a great fishing master. He sent Jiang Qin flying with a blow, but she suddenly shouted, "Thunderstrike!" The 6 spider feet closed again and turned into a sharp thorn. With a clank, Han Fei was stung by the thorn and took 3 or 4 steps back, and Jiang Qin had taken the opportunity to attack him from behind. Han Fei hurriedly turned around, but his back had been stung dozens of times. Han Fei roared, "Fury!" Before Han Fei activated Fury, however, Jiang Qin shouted, "Spiritual energy!" Shock. The spiritual energy in Han Fei's body was suddenly frozen and Fury was interrupted by the spiritual energy shock. At the moment, all 6 spider feet were against his throat. Jiang Qin panted for breath. Han Fei's body was too sturdy. Even she had to try very hard to beat Han Fei. Although it seemed that Han Fei suffered a crushing defeat, the result would have been completely different even if Han Fei learned the least combat skills of soul warriors. Han Fei swallowed. "Sister Qin, is this a soul warrior's power?" Jiang Qin terminated the fusion, panting. "Yes, do you think I borrowed strength from my spiritual beast? In fact, I didn't. I used at least 12 combat skills. A soul warrior will never flinch in combat. Even in the face of death, he will never take a step back. If my spiritual energy is sufficient, I can keep fighting like this. And if there is a spirit gatherer helping me, I will fight ceaselessly unless I am killed by the enemy." Wow. Han Fei could imagine that picture, a terrifying soul warrior like Jiang Qin, with a constant supply of spiritual energy. Did he have any chance to win in that case? He might as well admit defeat in the very beginning. Jiang Qin looked at Han Fei and said solemnly, "Although I don't know where my senior brother went, he once said that he was going to a forbidden place left by a soul warrior. If so, only soul warriors and armorists can enter that forbidden place. That's why I want to make you a soul warrior." Han Fei asked, "Do I have to learn a dozen combat skills first?" "Don't be greedy. I know you didn't exert your full strength just now. Tomorrow, I will take you to the seabed for training, but then I will use the strength of a great fishing master." Jiang Qin went to bed, and Han Fei was still standing on the training ground, scratching his belly from time to time. He was defeated, although Jiang Qin decreased her strength to the same level as him. If it weren't for his sturdy body, he would have been killed. This fact was a big blow to him. The moonlight poured down like water and a cool breeze blew past. Old Jiang came up to him slowly holding a wine bottle, and sneered, "Now you know your distance? This is not an easy choice. Do you know that every soul warrior is a lunatic who is not afraid to die?" Han Fei scratched his belly and complained, "I thought to be a soul warrior would be as simple as being a soul gatherer, but it doesn't seem to be the case." Pooh. Old Jiang laughed. As simple as being a soul gatherer? Would you please ask? The people you meet when you go to the town in the future. Is becoming a soul warrior as easy as being a spirit gatherer? You simply know nothing. Old Jiang taunted Han Fei mercilessly, then threw a jade slip to Han Fei. Before walking away, Han Fei looked at the jade slip in his hand and glanced inside. Spirit gathering array, water gathering technique, water control technique. And water spirit array? There were 4 techniques in this jade slip. Han Fei took a deep breath. Were these the secret of old Jiang's water control skill? He had wanted this for a long time, and he didn't expect the old man to give him this today. What a surprise! The next day, the village leader led a middle-aged man to the plantation. Han Fei was preparing breakfast. When he saw the village leader, he said, "Grandpa leader, what a coincidence. I just made this breakfast. Let's eat together?" The village leader replied, "No, no. Han Fei, I came to you specifically today." Han Fei scratched his belly and asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" "This is Mr. Shershan, a teacher from the combat department of the 3rd Academy in the town. He is a peak-level great fishing master, and now he personally invites you to formally enroll in his school." Shershan was looking at Han Fei up and down, and his fat body seemed to attract his attention. Shershan asked, "I heard that you defeated 5 students from our 3rd Academy by yourself, and then you still fought Nan Fei?" Shershan's eyes were shining. He could tell that Han Fei was already an intermediate fishing master. So he said to the village leader, "Old Zhao, why didn't you send such an outstanding student in your village to the town? It's a waste of his talent. Ho ho. Let's see if you can persuade him." Shershan looked back at Han Fei. "You're called Han Fei, right? Are you willing to follow me to study in the town? I can assure you that you will be one of the top 100 heavenly talents in the town for at least the next 3 years." Han Fei blinked. "No. Shershan was dumbfounded as he thought, "Don't refuse so quickly. I haven't told you what benefits you can get." Shershan continued, "Student Han Fei, you've got to know that you have no future in the village, but the town is different. The town has the most comprehensive combat skills, various advanced fishing skills, and experienced teachers who can give you guidance. You won't be able to get these in the village." I said no. "Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Old Jiang came out with a black face, pointing at Shershan's nose, and said, "Go away. Don't you see it's my breakfast time?" Shershan was stunned. "Who is this arrogant old man?" The village leader asked nicely, "Old Jiang, mind your tongue. I've already shown patience by not kicking you out. You're just a teacher from the 3rd Academy. What makes you think you can snatch my disciple? Who do you think you are?" Shershan's face changed slightly. "Your disciple?" Han Fei also looked at old Jiang and thought, "When did I become your apprentice?" Old Jiang asked, "What? Do you look down on me? Go ask Chu Mingshui if I'm qualified enough." Shershan's face changed again. "Does the old man know the principal? Is this man a dangling fisher?" But even so, Shershan did not give up. If Han Fei was really as strong as Nan Fei said, he should be a heavenly talent in the town. How could he let go of such a genius? "Please, elder, let Han Fei make his choice, okay?" Han Fei scratched his belly. "I'm not going." I still have a lot of things to do here. Sher Shan's face turned black. Kid, you have no idea what you'll lose. Do you understand what a chance this is? Old Jiang looked at the man. Haven't you heard him? Go away, it's my breakfast time. Sher Shan was embarrassed and angry, but this old man didn't seem to be an ordinary villager, so he didn't dare to resort to violence, but could only suppress his inner anger. Humph. Han Fei, I heard that you said you would challenge Nan Fei when you go to the town. I'm waiting for you at school. The village leader couldn't get a word in. When they finally finished, he patted Han Fei on the shoulder, saying, lose some weight. Han Fei? At this time, Jiang Qin came out lazily from the house, picked up a bowl, and put a fish ball from the bowl into her mouth. Jiang Qin simply said, let's go after breakfast. Half a year later. After half a year of training, Han Fei had lost a lot of weight, but he had been growing taller under the high-intensity training. He was now 5 feet 6 inches tall. But recently, Han Fei was a little distressed. His nearly 700,000 points of spiritual energy had only less than 70,000 points left now. This made him very sad. He felt that he had to take a leave to hunt for treasure. In the morning, Han Fei was cooking potato stewed fish balls, which were steaming hot. Seeing Jiang Qin going out, Han Fei greeted her, Sister Qin, come have breakfast. Are we still going to the level 1 fishery today? Jiang Qin shook her head. No training today, not anymore. Huh? Han Fei froze on the spot holding a spoon and asked tentatively, is my apprenticeship finished? Not yet. You've just adapted to fighting against me, but the combat skills in this world are as many as the stars in the sky, and various spiritual beasts have their own characteristics. Now underwater battles won't help you much. Go to the village for help. Huh? Help? Jiang Qin said carelessly, the resource competition is going to be started. Since you are in the village, go and help. Meet the strong masters from the other villages. Resource competition? Every year, the 8 villages under the jurisdiction of the Blue Sea Town will select their most outstanding fishing master to participate in a competition so as to allocate the spirit awakening fluid every year. Han Fei was surprised. We have to win a competition to get spirit awakening fluid? Jiang Qin chuckled. Yes, do you think it's given for free? Remember, if the other party is not a great fishing master, you are only allowed to use the strength of an intermediate fishing master. Han Fei thought for a minute. Okay, no problem. At this moment, old Jiang slowly came out and said, in addition to the basic spirit gathering technique, don't use spirit gathering array, water gathering technique, water control technique, water spirit array, or other related skills. Han Fei nodded again. Okay. Han Fei knew that he had finished his apprenticeship. When he walked out of the plantation, the smile spread on his face, and he smiled from ear to ear. Haha. I finally don't need to till land anymore. The fish dragons had become the second largest power in the heavenly water village and was only a little weaker than the Wang family. In terms of profitability, however, the fish dragons could almost crush the Wang family. The internal meeting of the fish dragons. Han Fei began the meeting. During this period of time, did anyone make trouble? Li Gan stumbled with his words, young master. Please. Rest assured. No. No. Okay, I know what you mean. Gang, how is our business doing? Recently? Li Gang was no longer that gangster in the past. He was a bit like Han Fei now. And his stomach was bigger than before. Master, in the past half a year, we made a fortune. We have opened hot pot restaurants in the east, west, north, and south fairs. The number of fish dragon card rooms has doubled with the stable daily income of about 200 mid. Quality pearls, and at the peak, they have even earned 500 pearls a day. Han Fei was surprised. This fatty was a commercial genius. Can you handle so many shops? Li Gang was flattered. Master, we have more than 800 members now, and they are all carefully selected, including 3 fishing masters. Our strength is increasing day by day. Han Fei waved his hand. How much do we have now? We had already had 50,000 mid-quality pearls half a month ago. Hearing this number, Han Fei was shocked. 50,000 mid-quality pearls. He never expected himself to be so rich. He remembered he only had 20 C coins in the beginning. Han Fei smiled. A gang, distribute 10,000 pearls to our members as a bonus. No embezzlement is allowed. Even the lowest level member shall get at least 5 pearls. It's up to you to distribute them. I'll take 30,000 pearls away. Will it affect the normal development of the fish dragons? Everyone was shocked. To distribute 10,000 pearls as a bonus? Young master, you're our god. Li Gang immediately patted his chest. No, young master, you are so kind, but will 10,000 pearls be too much? A generous boss makes a perfect employee. Keep this in mind. Yes, yes. Today's Yulong Gang was more like a corporation. Han Fei felt that if the plantation resources weren't so limited, he could have even expanded the business to the town or the city and made himself a billionaire. After dealing with the business of the fish dragons, Han Fei went to the village leader's home. Perhaps affected by Jiang Qin, now he didn't have the slightest dislike of a fight but was quite excited about it. 8 villages. Those who came to participate couldn't be simple. At the villager leader's home. When Han Fei arrived, he found that there were more than 50 fishing masters at the village leader's home. Wow! Little brother Han Fei, your cultivation is over? Qin Jiar greeted him first, patting Han Fei's chest hard and smiling very happily. Han Fei's face changed. Stop it, how can you touch a man's chest? Bah! Qin Jiar blushed. You're still a kid. Why can't I touch your chest? Han Fei. Han Fei was taken back for a moment and asked, He Xiaoyu? When did you come back? Ha ha ha. Han Fei, you really turned into a big fatty. Ha ha ha. That's so funny. Han Fei's face turned black. He knew she would laugh at him. What's wrong with being fat? Did fatties eat your big yellow croakers? Han Fei snapped, He Xiaoyu, shut up. You little dwarf, where are your manners? Who are you calling a dwarf? Who? You big fatty. While Han Fei was bickering with Xiaoyu, he glimpsed at several other acquaintances. Wang Baiyu nodded to Han Fei. Hu Kun glanced at Han Fei coldly and was still not so friendly. Although Xiao Wushuang didn't participate in the spirit awakening, he had a high-level spiritual heritage. Enrolled in a school in the town, he was already a fishing master. As for Xiang Nan and others, Han Fei wasn't familiar with them, so he didn't greet them. He Xiaoyu capered cheerfully. Han Fei, we've just got home today. I heard That you opened a hot pot restaurant. It is said to be delicious. Let's go. Have a taste, okay? Be careful or you'll become a fatty. I will never be as fat as you. My father told me that you became a big fatty. I almost couldn't recognize you just now. Don't call me fat. Cough, cough. Well, stop it. Let's get to the point. The village leader looked at Han Fei and asked quietly, is it over? Han Fei scratched his belly. Yes. Okay, since it's over, you'll lead the juvenile team this time. Han Fei was stunned. Juvenile team? Why is he? Is he qualified? Hu Kuan stood up. He still hated Han Fei, which never changed, so whenever there was a chance to make Han Fei look bad, he wouldn't miss it. Everyone frowned, and Zhao Dabai said with a loud voice, Hey, how long have you been in the town? And how many times have you been to the level 1 fishery? Do you mean you're more qualified than Han Fei? Chao Fei replied, Boy, if you have the opportunity, you can go to the level 1 fishery for actual combat. If you haven't experienced actual combat, don't talk nonsense. Hu Kuan was speechless for a moment and his face turned red. He could attack Han Fei, but not these predecessors. Xiao Wushuang, Wang Baiyu, and the others were surprised. It seemed that Han Fei knew these people very well and had experienced many battles in the level 1 fishery. Han Fei ignored Hu Kuan, but asked, leading the juvenile team? Didn't you just ask me to participate in a resource competition? Chao Fei explained, the so-called resource competition is actually a competition for the potential and heritage of each village. The stronger a village is, the greater the potential of the village, so it can get more spirit awakening fluid. Zhang Peng jumped in, moreover, the resource competitions are mostly conducted underwater, which can best test the strength of each village. Conducted underwater? Zhang Peng said seriously, otherwise, do you think that the resource competition is only about fights? No, what is the most important ability of our fishing master? It is fishing and the exploration of the ocean. The battle is just to make us better survive in the fishery, and fishing is our bounden duty. The village leader took over. Okay. These juniors haven't experienced these things before, so let me explain briefly. The so-called resource competition is comprised of 3 contests. The first is fishing on the sea. The more rare spiritual fish a village catches, the better. The second is underwater exploration. Which village finds the most valuable things determines which village wins. The third is battle, which is not an end in itself, but to temper the participants. Wang Baiyu asked, Leader, is the juvenile team built to measure the current strength of a village and its potential in the future? The village leader nodded. Yes, you are the future of the heavenly water village. As long as you do not leave the Blue Sea town, you may often participate in the resource competition in the future. Hearing this, these teenagers got excited. This was the first time they participated in a big event in the village. From now on, no one could treat them as kids. Han Fei didn't mind participating in the resources competition. This was a good opportunity to measure the so-called geniuses in other villages. At noon, Han Fei led the large crowd of fishing masters to dinner at his hot pot restaurant. He Xiaoyu had no time to speak as she kept stuffing food into her mouth. The others were even more attracted to the food. He Xiaoyu often tasted barbecue before anyway, but the others couldn't afford it, so they rarely ate it. Xiao Wushuang asked, Han Fei, which level are you at? Han Fei thought to himself, shall I tell them about my real strength? I'm an intermediate fishing master. Han Fei said with a smile. Wow. He Xiaoyu looked down. I am only a junior fishing master. It seems that although Brother Han is in the village, his strength has increased very fast. Wang Baiyu observed. I'm flattered. Not everyone can study in the town. Han Fei said modestly, only to see their faces darkened. He was about to ask why when Zhao Dabai's loud voice rang from the next table. Han Fei, you don't know the situation in the town. The town doesn't lack geniuses, so they must have a hard time since they had just gone to the town. Han Fei immediately looked at them with a perplexed look. He Xiaoyu added, some people are such bullies. They look down upon us because we're from villages. Xiang Nan agreed. Humph. Most of them are local children in the town, as well as those from the 3 villages of Heavenly Moon, Heavenly Sun, and Heavenly Heart. Han Fei looked puzzled. So you were often beaten by them? He Xiaoyu showed her teeth. We weren't just beaten by them. We beat them too. Did you win or lose? Everyone. So they lost. Han Fei immediately pounded the table. I'll avenge you guys. When I go to the town. Hu Kuan, who had been silent for a while, snorted. Do you think you can beat them? You're just an intermediate fishing master. Do you know that the strongest ones of them are already great fishing masters? Xiao Wushuang nodded. Indeed, the top 10 students in the 3 academies in the town are all advanced or even peak-level great fishing masters. They are truly talented. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Are they that strong? Han Fei secretly took a deep breath. Wow, a peak-level great fishing master at his age. That's really strong. Wang Baiyu tried to ease the tension. In fact, we don't have to worry too much. As far as we know, in the 8 villages, no one has become a great fishing master yet, at most a demi-grade fishing master. Xiao Wushuang finished chewing. No. You forgot the guy from the Heavenly Heart village who became a great fishing master the day before yesterday. Everyone was stunned, including Zhao Dabai and the others. Were today's young people so strong that they had become great fishing masters at such a young age? They really outshone them. This time we are in the same team, so there is no competitive relationship between us. We'd better think about how to catch rare spiritual fish. Wang Baiyu wanted them to get back to focus. Using a special bait, perhaps. I heard that the natives in the town don't use green worms very much, He Xiaoyu wondered. But there are very few special baits. It is difficult to find marching sea leech, shrimp beads, and golden nematodes. And I'm afraid we can't afford high-quality pearls, but can only fish with our own spiritual energy, but then it'll consume a lot of spiritual energy. Han Fei blinked. Did you learn to be a spirit gatherer in the town? Wang Baiyu, I remember you also got the spirit concentration art? Wang Baiyu smiled bitterly. So what? I haven't gotten started yet. How can I provide spiritual energy to others? Ha ha ha. The other fishing masters at the other tables all laughed, and Wang Baiyu said. With a black face, spirit gatherer and manipulator are the 2 most difficult professions among the 5 major professions. Isn't it normal that I haven't got started yet? Chen Ling giggled. Then you can ask Han Fei. He's already a spirit gatherer. What? At Han Fei's table, everyone was shocked and even Hu Kuan widened his eyes. He Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei. Have you become a spirit gatherer? Don't be so excited. Eat the food. Everyone. Wang Baiyu wanted to know. Han Fei, have you become a spirit gatherer so quickly? He Xiaoyu also blinked as if thinking of something. Han Fei was secretly pleased with himself. Ho ho, I'm awesome, right? Shocked? Envy me? Now you know how strong I am? Xiao Wuxuang's eyes lit up. Then we don't have to worry about the bait we use. Xiang Nan added, I have no objection to Han Fei becoming our team leader. Hu Kuan was dumbfounded. What? Han Fei had become a spirit gatherer? Was this a joke? Han Fei was not a genius, but a waste. Han Fei waved. No problem, you can have as much spiritual energy as you want. After dinner, He Xiaoyu and the other teenagers went home to see their parents, so Han Fei stayed with the fish dragons and played cards with Li Gang, Li Qing, and Li Gan. Li Gan suddenly lit up. Fu. Full house. Li Qing mumbled, pass. Bomb. Han Fei looked at the cards in his hand and said helplessly. Pass. After a few rounds, Han Fei said with a dull tone, Gang, do you think the town is better than our village? Han Fei was a little surprised today because he found that everyone seemed to have changed, even including Hu Kuan. Although he was still very hostile towards him, his temperament changed. He Xiaoyu, who was a simple-minded girl, became much smarter this time. Only when the environment had changed greatly would people change so much. Li Qing answered, Master, we haven't been to the town. But I think it should be better than here. Otherwise, why are there no great fishing masters in our village? I've been there once. It's very, very amazing. Han Fei wanted to ask Li Gan more, but then he gave it up. He would have fallen asleep before Li Gan finished speaking. Han Fei threw the cards to the table. I'm out. You can find someone else to play with you. At He Xiaoyu's home, He Mingtang glanced at Han Fei and frowned. Han Fei, why haven't you lost weight yet? Han Fei? You are not allowed to take Xiaoyu out before you lose weight. Han Fei's turned red. Before I lose weight? Why? Han Fei. With clicking sounds, Xiaoyu rushed down the stairs with a cheerful look. He Xiaoyu, I came to ask you about the situation in the town. He Xiaoyu questioned, aren't you going to the town? I'll go there one day, but not now. At this time, He Xiaoyu's mother came out. Oh, hi, Han Fei. Old He, why don't you let him in? He Mingtang said crossly, I'm afraid that he may abduct my daughter. He Xiaoyu blushed. Dad, what are you talking about? Mr. He, don't worry. I won't take her out. Humph. He Xiaoyu stood on the stairs and shouted, come play fish dragon cards with me. Wow. This game is really funny. No, I don't want to play. He Xiaoyu called again, come play with us. Dad, Mom. Come play cards. There happens to be 4 of us here. Surprisingly, both He Mingtang and He Xiaoyu's mother didn't object, and both went to the table as soon as their daughter called. Han Fei muttered, so I happen to make up the 4th player. He Xiaoyu's mother looked up at him. So, Han Fei, come here more often in the future. We're going to be a family anyway, so you can be the 4th for our card game. He Xiaoyu blushed again. Mom. Stop it. He Xiaoyu's mother smiled and did not speak. He Mingtang questioned, why do you ask Xiaoyu about the town? Do you want to go to the town? Maybe, but I'm still considering it. A pair of three. Why didn't you go last time? Han Fei replied, a pair of fives. I didn't have time to go to the town and I thought it was better to stay in the village. There's more freedom here. He Xiaoyu said excitedly, a pair of eights. But we've mostly become fishing masters after we went to the town. This is much faster than in the village. It was He Xiaoyu's mother's turn. Pass. Don't brag. Han Fei made breakthroughs much faster than you. He didn't waste any time although he was in the village. He Mingtang went next. Pass 2. It's not the time for you to go to the town. The schools in the town have not started to enroll students, not to mention that you refused to go to the schools before. A pair of twos. I heard there is a 4th academy in the town. Do you know about it, He Xiaoyu? Pass. Wow, are you going to the 4th academy? Don't choose that school. There are very few students in it. It sucks. Han Fei pondered. Old Jiang once said to him that if he wanted to go to the town, choose the 4th academy. The school recommended by Old Jiang should be reliable, but why did He Xiaoyu say it sucked? After finishing a round, He Xiaoyu was still nagging, you can go to the town next year. Why don't you go to our school? We have a lot of geniuses who have exotic spiritual beasts, and many students engaged in the 5 major professions. No, I'll go to the 4th academy, and I believe, with me, it will outshine your school soon. Ho ho. After dinner at He Xiaoyu's home, Han Fei learned a lot of information. It turned out that rare spiritual fish could be bought in the town's market and there were actually many people engaged in the 5 major professions. They just didn't want to come to the villages. And there were actually various kinds of fishing techniques. The next day, all the people gathered at the village leader's home, a total of 38 junior fishing masters, 63 intermediate fishing masters, 32 advanced fishing masters, 8 peak-level fishing masters, but no great fishing masters. Han Fei's juvenile team had only 14 members including himself, most of whom had not yet become fishing masters and were still studying in the town. Of these 14 people, only Xiao Wushuang was an intermediate fishing master, and even Wang Baiyu was only a junior peak-level fishing master. The village leader started off the meeting. Han Fei, the juvenile team you led will compete with those of other villages. Don't underestimate the strength of other teams. Most of them came back from the town and some are already engaged in the 5 major professions. Leader, can I hit them? Don't we just win if we knock them all down? The village leader rolled his eyes. It's not allowed in the first 2 rounds. The mayor will watch from the sky, but the players can fight when they compete for the same item, provided that they stop where they should. Players are only allowed to fight in the 3rd round. Let's go. More than 30 fishing boats took off and sped away, especially the white fishing boat that was the most conspicuous. At the moment, many people in the Heavenly Water Village looked up. Someone murmured, I hope this time our ranking can be higher. There is too little spirit awakening fluid in our village every year. Some people sighed. What can we do? Heavenly Heart, Heavenly Moon, and the Heavenly Sun villages occupy the best positions. It is difficult to win against them. Someone said in a deep voice, I just hope that this time not so many people die. There were 4 people on Han Fei's fishing boat including him, Wang Baiyu, Xia Wu Shuang, and He Xiaoyu. The other 10 people were on 2 other fishing boats. Xia Wu Shuang asked, Wang Baiyu, are the weapons ready? Yes, you can rest assured. Han Fei asked, curiously, what's in your box? Wang Baiyu said with a smile, some weapons that assist with fishing. After all, rare spiritual fish are not easy to catch. Once they come out of the water, we must catch them immediately. Han Fei turned to look at the others. He Xiaoyu, what is the ability of your little red? Her tracking ability is very strong, so is her combat power. Once there is a bite, it wouldn't be a big problem for her to catch the rare spiritual fish. Han Fei looked at Xiao Wushuang. My spiritual beast is a human-faced crab, with the ability to create illusions. Han Fei was shocked. Is there such a crab? Yes, it's an exotic species, but its combat power is poor. Han Fei thought for a while. Do you know what rare spiritual fish like most? He Xiaoyu's hand raised. I know. Cardinals like to eat spiritual, energy-filled food, and fish brains. Wang Baiyu added, all spiritual creatures like things full of spiritual energy, so Han Fei, your identity as a spirit gatherer is very helpful. In the center of the level 1 fishery, nearly 600 fishing boats floated on the water. Han Fei was shocked. Why are there so many fishing boats? I think our village has less than 50 fishing boats combined, right? He Xiaoyu looked helpless. What can we do? The other villages have many more fishing masters than us. This is not a fair competition. The fishing boats of the 8 villages met each other. Han Fei, as the team leader of the juvenile team of the Heavenly Water Village, also needed to meet with other captains. He didn't know the leader of the adult team from the Heavenly Water Village, all he knew was that his name was Qin Hai and he was a peak-level great fishing master. Qin Hai, I'm surprised you're still alive, the captain of the Heavenly Sun Village said with a smile. Qin Hai responded to the man, I would not die before you. The captain of the Heavenly Wood Village added, Old Qin, you won't win me this time. Everyone knows you always win the last place. The captain of the Heavenly Moon Village was a woman. She snorted. The third last mocks the last, so interesting. The captain of the Heavenly Wood Village scoffed, Zhang Yu, put away your disgusting look. Hey, fatty, are you the leader of the juvenile team from the Heavenly Water Village? You are so fat. Can you even swim in the water? Han Fei was watching the great fishing masters bickering with each other with interest when he suddenly heard this. He looked at the person who provoked him. Was this guy from the Heavenly Sun Village again? Han Fei laughed and said, when I first came to the level 1 fishery, I killed 2 fishermen from the Heavenly Sun Village. I remember, 8 or 9 people in your village died that day, right? The Heavenly Sun Village boy snorted coldly. I hope you can make it to the 3rd round, and then I will cut your fat off piece by piece. A sturdy boy from the Heavenly Fire Village looked at Han Fei coldly. Fatty. Ding Yu said that you had snatched 3 fishing boats from us alone. Dare you try it this time? Which Ding Yu? I don't know him. But look at yourself, do you have anything worth snatching? Great. Let's see then. The leader of the juvenile team from the Heavenly Heart Village was a girl. She rolled her eyes at Han Fei. You're so ugly. Young lady, don't judge people by appearance. I was handsome before I got fat, right, he Xiaoyu? He Xiaoyu froze for a while. Were you handsome? Why didn't I feel it? But she must take sides with Han Fei now, so she immediately said, yes. He was much better looking than you ugly skanks. Han Fei. Wang Baiyu. Xiao Wu Shuang. Everyone was speechless. He Xiaoyu, you win. You've successfully pissed off the 7 villages. This kind of meeting was all about bickering and cursing. Han Fei thought that his team had almost annoyed all other teams, but of course, it didn't matter. If anyone dared to provoke him, he just needed to knock them down. Wang Baiyu had the most information on these teams. The woman from the Heavenly Heart Village is named Fong Qing. She is said to be a peak level fishing master. Some people say that she is already a great fishing master. I'm not sure. Her spiritual beast is a green snake eel. The captain of the Heavenly Sun Village is called Gu Longyu. He is from the combat department of the Second Academy. He is said to be a soul warrior and his spiritual beast is a dragon-head fish and his strength remains unknown. Han Fei asked, did you meet them in the town? Xiao Wushuang nodded. Yes, they are famous. Besides them, the weak-looking girl from the Heavenly Wood Village is also famous. Her name is Miao Mumu and she is a manipulator. Han Fei suddenly said, are there any hunters or armorists on their side? Not sure. But there should be. Han Fei glanced back. Of the 5 major professions, there is only a hunter missing, so let's assume there is at least a hunter among them. On the other side, the teams of the other villages also had heated discussions. On the way back, the captain of the Heavenly Fire Village addressed his team. It's strange that the captain of the Heavenly Water Village is not Wang Baiyu or Xia Wushuang, but a fatty. Be careful, this fatty looks strange. The people from the Heavenly Heart Village were also talking about them. If we fight the Heavenly Water Village, avoid that fatty. He is not in the 3 academies in the town, but he can even lead Wang Baiyu and Xiao Wushuang. We must be careful of him. This was the same case in the other villages. They all came back from the town and knew each other well, so when they first saw Han Fei, they felt strange and then grew wary of him. When the crowd returned, 8 fishing boats were floating in the air and the village leaders were standing at the bow. In front of them, there was a person. He was the mayor of the Blue Sea town. He had 2 wings on his back and was already a dangling fisher, at the same level as Fong Zhe. The mayor said flatly, the competition will end this hour tomorrow, and the ranking will be based on the number of rare spiritual fish obtained by the fishing masters. Now I announce that the competition has officially started. For a moment, the sky was full of fishing boats. Han Fei also drove his fishing boat away, asking Qin Hai, let's go together? No, you leave on your own. Our side is more dangerous than yours. In the 2 days of the resource competition, no one else was allowed to enter the level 1 fishery, so this 1,000-mile sea area looked particularly vast. Han Fei and his party found a random place to land, and Han Fei said to the people in the other 2 fishing boats, once you run out of spiritual energy, come to me to replenish it. With a flash between He Xiaoyu's brows, the cardinals appeared. He Xiaoyu called out his spiritual beast. Little Red, we're counting on you to track rare spiritual fish. Then the 4 of them took out their fishing rods and started fishing. He Xiaoyu, fish at a depth of 10 meters. Xiao Wushuang, 30 meters. Wang Baiyu, 50 meters, Han Fei instructed. Everyone looked at Han Fei, and he Xiaoyu asked, "How deep do you go?" Han Fei grinned. "All the way to the seabed." They didn't use bait but compressed spiritual energy into a mass and put it on the tip of the hook. After a while, he Xiaoyu's fishing rod moved, and as she retracted the fishing rod, a cold light shot out. He Xiaoyu seemed to have been prepared. She waved her bamboo stick and hit the swordfish hanging on her fishing rod into the sea. He Xiaoyu exclaimed, "A swordfish. Shall I take it?" Han Fei shook his head. "Common swordfish are of no use. Now we're in a competition, so we just need rare spiritual fish." Suddenly, Wang Baiyu's face changed, and everyone was looking at him. Wang Baiyu's fishing depth was 50 meters. This depth was very dangerous. What fish would he catch? Retract. Then a prawn with a giant head burst out of the water, with a row of spikes on its head. Name: Big Head Prawn. Level 17. Quality regular. Spiritual energy 120 points. Edible effect: it can increase one's health if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible spiritual spikes. Absorbable. Big Head Prawn, a common shrimp. Wang Baiyu grabbed the box beside him, and as soon as he patted the box, a hammer-shaped weapon appeared. Clang. The big head prawn was hammered into the water. Han Fei immediately said, "Xiao Wushuang, keep your fishing depth 50 meters. Activate the illusions, and turn your spiritual energy into a rare spiritual shrimp full of spiritual energy. Make sure it's only 1 forearm long." Xiao Wushuang froze for a moment and quickly followed suit, but then she said, "I don't have enough spiritual energy." Han Fei pointed a finger at her and a column of spiritual energy shot into Xiao Wushuang's body. In less than 5 minutes, Xian Wushuang's eyes flickered. "Got it." As she retracted the fishing rod, a half-meter-long conch appeared, and a strange yet nice sound was floating out of its shell. Wang Baiyu was surprised. Singing conch, a rare spiritual conch. A string of data appeared in front of his eyes. Name: Singing conch. Introduction: it sings to attract fishes. When it attacks, dozens of scimitars will pop out of its shell, killing the enemy. Level 17. Quality rare. Spiritual energy 120 points. Edible effect: long-term consumption of it can nourish one's skin. Collectible: Singing conch shell. Absorbable. Xiao Wushuang instructed, "Wang Baiyu, shield." Wang Baiyu patted the box again, and suddenly a huge turtle shield appeared in front of Xiao Wushuang. Dozens of scimitars hit the turtle shield, producing clanking sounds. When the sounds were about to end, Wang Baiyu threw out a hook-shaped weapon and hooked the singing conch back. He Xiaoyu lit up. "Wow! It's a singing conch. I want it." The singing conch powder sells at a high price in the town. Han Fei asked, "What is singing conch powder?" Xiao Wushuang smiled helplessly. "It's applied on the face. The girls from rich families in the town like to buy singing conch powder. They'll look prettier after applying it to their faces." Han Fei smiled. "There are also fish for cosmetics here?" So they caught a material for cosmetics together? Look how happy He Xiaoyu is. Not far away, Xiong Nan said in surprise, "Did they catch the first rare spiritual creature so quickly?" Hu Kuan yelled back, "It's a singing conch." "Oh, singing conches are very expensive. It is said that a small bottle of singing conch powder costs dozens of mid-quality pearls, and its supply often falls short of demand." On the white fishing boat. Xiao Wushuang looked at Han Fei wonderingly. Han Fei, why did you ask me to keep my fishing depth 50 meters after the big head prawn was caught? Well, I guess the big head prawn would come after the singing conch. It bit at Wang Baiyu's hook, because it couldn't catch the singing conch. Oh? Is that so? Han Fei turned aside from the topic. This is my experience. How can I explain it? Han Fei changed the topic. Wang Baiyu, your box is magical. Where did you get such a big shield? Wang Baiyu said lightly, this is our armorist's unique talent, a space box. But only weapons can be placed in it. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Interesting, this is also a space. Suddenly, He Xiaoyu pointed at Han Fei's fishing rod and said, Han Fei, you have a bite. Han Fei glanced at his fishing rod and said casually, no hurry. Something bit at your hook. Why are you still so calm? It doesn't feel like a rare spiritual fish. Let it swim for a while. Everyone? One of the 3 techniques of the second level of void fishing was winding snake technique, which simulated a swimming fish with spiritual energy. Little did the others know that Han Fei was waiting for a rare spiritual fish. There were not only rare spiritual fish in the sea, but also a large number of ordinary fishes, so Han Fei was waiting for a rare spiritual fish to bite at his hook. Suddenly, Han Fei felt something biting at his hook. He paused and then suddenly pulled the fishing rod hard. Wang Baiyu, shield. Wang Baiyu was stunned. I haven't started fishing again and you want my shield already? Wang Baiyu immediately placed his shield in front of Han Fei, and the next moment, a swift squid was pulled out of the water. Wang Baiyu muttered, damn. He Xiaoyu, get down. Pooh. Half a minute later, Wang Baiyu's face was all black. Shit. Why didn't you remind me of this? I gave you my shield, but I was sprayed with squid juice all over my face. Han Fei scratched his belly awkwardly. Well, I didn't expect it to be a swift squid. Wang Baiyu said seriously, it seems that I should prepare 2 shields next time. He Xiaoyu was getting excited. Wow, we are quick. We've already caught 2 rare spiritual fish. The people on the other 2 boats were speechless. Was this luck? When did they catch that singing conch? 2 minutes ago? Half a day later, Han Fei and his party had caught a total of 4 rare spiritual fish. The other 2 boats only caught 1, which was sent to them by Han Fei with the winding snake technique. Han Fei thought to himself, I should have gone into the water to catch rare spiritual fishes. In the past 6 months, I've fed hundreds of rare creatures to the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. He is an expert in catching rare creatures. He Xiaoyu was getting bored. There haven't been any rare spiritual fish within the hour. Should we change places? Okay. Just as everyone was ready to retract their fishing rods, Han Fei suddenly shouted, wait a minute. Han Fei vaguely saw that in the water, a lightning crab had cut off He Xiaoyu's fishing line. He thought it was just a coincidence and was about to catch this lightning crab. But then to his surprise, the lightning crab turned around and snapped Xiao Wushuang's fishing line. A spiritual beast? Han Fei's face immediately changed and he whispered to the others, get ready to attack. When Wang Baiyu and the others were still wondering what happened, with a flash in Han Fei's hands, he launched instant hook and thousand twining at the same time. Although lightning crab was famous for its speed, it was still tied up in a ball in an instant. As a light flashed past the other's eyes, a tied-up lightning crab flew out of the sea. Then Han Fei launched a spiritual energy explosion attack at the crab. The other three didn't know what happened. Wasn't lightning crab a rare creature? Why did he kill it? However, although they were confused, they still followed Han Fei to attack. Wang Baiyu patted his box, and a broadsword and a sword flew out. He Xiaoyu also launched a spiritual energy explosion attack. Xiao Wushuang hammered at the crab with a sledgehammer. Being attacked by 4 fishing masters, with a crack, the carapace of the lightning crab was broken and 1 claw and 3 legs of it were hammered off. In the next moment, however, the lightning crab turned into a shadow and disappeared. The others were all stunned. Is this crab a spiritual beast? Han Fei muttered, is a spiritual beast so hard to kill? Being attacked with all our strength, it's only injured. I think it'll recover in less than a year. Xiao Wushuang asked, did someone sneak up on me just now? Wang Baiyu looked around. Let's leave here. Anyway, it seems that we've already caught all the rare spiritual fish here. Just as Han Fei and his party attacked the lightning crab, dozens of miles away, someone screamed and vomited blood. He seemed to be seriously injured. If Han Fei and the others were there, they would have recognized this was a fishing boat from the Heavenly Sun village. Lu Junyu, what happened? The seriously injured boy was still vomiting blood. My spiritual beast was almost killed. Gu Longyu, the captain of the Heavenly Sun village, changed his face. Really? A spiritual beast could be taken back immediately once its owner issued an order, even if it was tens of miles away. But the other party almost killed Lu Junyu's spiritual beast, which meant that their reaction speed was extremely fast, and they attacked Lu Junyu's spiritual beast almost instantly. Someone said, Longyu, are we still going to challenge the Heavenly Water village? Not now. Players are not allowed to fight in the first round, and Junyu's spiritual beast can be injured by them even underwater, indicating that they have a very special attack method. It'll be a waste of our time even if we challenge them. Gu Longyu wouldn't take revenge on Han Fei, but it didn't mean that Han Fei would not take revenge on them. With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, Little Black and Little White came out. For the last half a year, when Han Fei and Jiang Qin were fighting on the seabed, Little Black, Little White, and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp were put idle. Now, they had already reached level 13. On average, they went up a level a month. This speed was not quite fast, but not slow either. Most importantly, Little Black had very strong attack power. At this moment, Han Fei asked Little Black to secretly follow up on the lightning crab. Shit, since you started the fight, let's fight then. Let's see who will win in the end. When the 3 boats from Han Fei's team gathered up, they discovered that everyone except Wang Baiyu and Han Fei had their fishing line cut off. Jia Tong was angry. Damn, they must be somewhere around here. Chen Qing added, let's get them. Xiang Nan shut them down. No, it will only waste our time. Let's use the spare hooks and fishing lines first. What if they play this trick again? Hu Kuan didn't want to waste their resources. Xiao Wushuang assured him, no, that lightning crab is dying. It won't dare come again. Han Fei said, actually, it's not impossible. If they don't have a spirit gatherer in their team, it'll be easy for us to snatch their rare spiritual fish. The others immediately looked at Han Fei with a complex look. Han Fei made a point. They must not have a spirit gatherer, or else they wouldn't have secretly cut off their fishing lines. I found them. I found where they are. They're about 30 miles away to the west of us. Han Fei pretended that he had just known it and waved his hand. Go, get them. After a moment, about 10 miles away from the fishing boat of the Heavenly Sun village, they stopped. Han Fei had a good feeling. Let's fish here. I'm sure the fishes will all be attracted here by our sufficient spiritual energy. Han Fei transmitted some spiritual energy to everyone else's bodies, and 14 spiritual energy light balls appeared underwater. Han Fei shouted, each of us is responsible for a certain depth according to our respective strength, from shallow to deep. At the other end, Gu Longyu and the others were fishing, and suddenly they felt their fishing rods tremble slightly. They immediately pulled their rods up, only to find their fishing hooks were gone. He shouted, everyone, retract your fishing rod. Then they were astounded to find that their fishing hooks were also missing. What the hell happened? Underwater, Little Black and Little White were entwined with each other and seemed to be waiting for them to drop fishing hooks again. On the surface. Damn, someone secretly attacked us. Find him. He must be around here somewhere. Xiao Wushuang asked, Han Fei, give me some spiritual energy. My spiritual energy is not enough. You've got a bite? Yes. Something is madly sucking spiritual energy. As Xiao Wushuang shouted, his muscles bulged. I feel I've caught something big. It's too heavy. It's either a turtle or a crab. What do you think? Xiao Wushuang was excited. I think it's a crab. As they spoke, a big crab more than 2 meters long climbed up and looked blankly at them as if asking, hey, where's my spiritual energy? Wow, a sapphire crab. Wang Baiyu's face changed. Xiao Wushuang, be careful. I don't want to waste a shield on this crab. Sapphire crabs were slightly mutant large green crabs in the first class fishing ground. After they mutated, their claws seemed to turn into 2 drills, which could even drill through fishing boats. Of course, although they had a strong attack power, they were slow-witted and reckless and got angered easily, so some people called them a hothead. Wang Baiyu lifted his shield to block only to be sent flying through the air. With a bang, He Xiaoyu swung her rod at the crab hard, but her rod was blocked by the crab's drill-like claws, and she stumbled and fell to the deck on all fours. Xiao Wushuang's eyes suddenly shone. Illusion. You can't see me, you can't see me. Han Fei was speechless. He just wanted to kick Xiao Wushuang into the sea. Yes. It can't see you, but now it is staring at me and going to punch me with its big claws. Han Fei moved his fishing rod and a mass of spiritual energy appeared on his fishing hook. He put the fish hook on the head of the hothead. The sapphire crab was immediately attracted by the spiritual energy and reached out its claws, trying to grab it. Holding his fishing rod, Han Fei kept spinning round and the sapphire crab closely followed the spiritual energy on his fishing hook. Han Fei hummed. Spin, spin, 1 circle, 2 circles. Sure enough, as the hothead spun and spun, it went dizzy, and when Han Fei retracted his fishing rod, it was still spinning around on the spot. Xiao Wushuang was dumbfounded. Wow. I can't believe you got it so easily. Wang Baiyu looked at the hole in his big shield and couldn't help but ask. Han Fei, why didn't you give me some help earlier? Look at my shield. Don't you know that he is slow-witted and reckless? Isn't it simple to take advantage of its weakness to get the better of it? Use your brain. Hew. 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 Just when they were chatting, a boy of their team caught a ball fish. Shit. Throw it away. Get down. As dozens of spikes shot at them, at least 4 people were hit in the boat of Xiang Nan. And the boy who caught the ball fish activated a spiritual energy. Protective cover to protect himself as soon as he found it was a ball fish. But still ended up looking like a hedgehog. Fortunately, he protected the vital parts of his body and survived. Han Fei sailed past, transmitting each of them some spiritual energy as he looked at the hedgehog-like boy. From now on, he rests, but the rest continue. Han Fei was about to leave and suddenly looked up. Hey! Are you guys coming down or not? Is your spiritual energy free of charge? Why do you keep staying in the sky? Xiang Nan asked, the guys from the Heavenly Sun Village? It was strange that the ball fish suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It must be their trick. At this time, dozens of meters away, 7 fishing boats landed. Gu Longyu called out, Fatty, not bad, you discovered us. But since you destroyed our fishing rods, how can we still let you fish happily? The juvenile team of the Heavenly Water Village only had 3 fishing boats, while the Heavenly Sun Village had 7 fishing boats, which caused Han Fei and his team members great pressure. Gu Longyu called again, Fatty, do you know that if there is a conflict between 2 sides, it can be solved by fighting? Sorry, what are you talking about? Referee, where is the referee? Someone picked a fight for no reason. Come and punish him. Everyone looked at Han Fei. Is this really okay? Gu Longyu sneered, Fatty, you cut our fishing lines. Do you think we don't know it? Han Fei questioned, sorry, which of your eyes saw us cutting your fishing lines? Young man, don't talk nonsense. Where is the evidence? Gu Longyu wanted to strike Han Fei's head with his rod, but he did not have any evidence. Someone should have noticed them now. Now they couldn't start a fight with them. He was really angry. Gu Longyu scoffed. Okay. I happen to like this place too. Let's fish here together then. Everyone, fish in place. Han Fei said with a smile, no problem. Come on. Let's see who will win. He Xiaoyu tugged on Han Fei's arm. Why not change places? We will catch nothing with so many people here. Han Fei assured him, we have infinite spiritual energy. Are we afraid of them? Everyone, fish on the spot. In the distance, in the sky. The village leader of the Heavenly Sun Village said to that of the Heavenly Water Village, Old Zhao. The leader of your village's juvenile team is really tough. The village leader agreed. I think he's fine. The team leader of your Heavenly Sun Village is tougher. I'm afraid they will regret it. Regret? For what? Can't you see there are twice as many of us as there are of you? The people continued to fish. Han Fei's fishing rod kept twitching and the line was swaying, but he was still waiting. He Xiaoyu, where's your little red? My little white wants to play with her. He Xiaoyu? He Xiaoyu was speechless. Han Fei, will you play with your spiritual beast? Yes, he often accompanies me to go out to bask. Hurry up, call your cardinals. Out. He Xiaoyu was stunned. Is my cute little red a playmate for your spiritual beast? Han Fei suddenly sang happily, hey, boy, please don't fish me. Otherwise, I will spit on you. Don't think you can fool me with spiritual energy bait. I can tell at a glance that you're a fishing master. Everyone looked at him helplessly. What made him so happy as to sing a song, a terrible fish's song? He Xiaoyu asked, wow. Is this a fishing master's song? My father said that. Few people can sing fishing master songs. This is called rap. He Xiaoyu? Han Fei suddenly pointed at the water. Look, look. Ho Xiaoyu, you're little. Red caught a rare spiritual fish. At the next moment, Little Red dragged a pearl fish several times larger than her onto the ship. Everybody? The others were dumbfounded. Wow, awesome. Gu Longyu cursed secretly, shit, why are they so lucky? I have never seen a spiritual beast catch a rare spiritual fish. He Xiaoyu was very happy. Wow. Little Red is great. My little white can bring good luck. Nonsense. It was Little Red who caught it. Little White brought her luck. If you don't believe me, try letting Little Red go out to play with Little White. Gu Longyu sneered, hey, fatty, why don't you just say it's because see God sent the rare spiritual fish to your mouth? Are you out of your mind? Han Fei ignored him and continued to rap. I can tell at a glance that you're a fishing master. Especially that dumbass from the Heavenly Sun Village. Who dreams of catching me without a fishing hook? Han Fei became the focus of attention once again. Gu Longyu's face turned black, and he suddenly retracted his fishing rod, only to find that the hook was really gone, and only half of the line was left. Fatty, how do you explain it this time? How did you know my fishhook was gone? Haha, you are really interesting. Can't you see your fishing line is loose? Are you blind? Gu Longyu's face changed greatly. Strange, where is the spiritual energy on my fish line? It's supposed to be transmitted to my hand, but now it's gone. Gu Longyu's eyes turned bloodshot and he glared at Han Fei. Is this because of you? Don't frame me. I will tell the referee that you tried to frame me. I can't believe you're the leader of your team. Use your brain, okay? Then he suddenly pointed at the water. Look, look. He Xiaoyu, you're Little Red caught another rare spiritual fish. Little Red floated up again, with a starfish in her mouth. The starfish was blue when it came out of the water, but turned pale gold after a while, and when it was thrown onto the boat, it turned the color of wood. Is this a color-changing starfish? He Xiaoyu stroked Little Red's head. Good girl, go catch more. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Go catch more? What makes you think there are so many rare spiritual fish waiting for your cardinals to catch? At this time, the people from the Heavenly Sun Village finally realized that something was wrong. Obviously, Han Fei's team had simpler skills for fishing rare creatures. Gu Longyu's face kept changing, and then he said to his team members, stop. Let's change our spot. Han Fei immediately shouted, guys, let's follow them. Gu Longyu stumbled. What do you mean? Han Fei rubbed his belly and said innocently, I feel like we get luckier with you around. What do you think, He Xiaoyu? Yes. I feel the same way. Half an hour later. Gu Longyu shouted at Han Fei angrily, fatty, if you don't want to be killed in the third round, stop following us. Let's follow them. Gu Longyu. Gu Longyu gave up. Fine, I'd like to see how long you guys can fly. 1 hour later, the people from the Heavenly Sun Village had exhausted their spiritual energy. Noticing the people from the heavenly water village all looked pale, Gulongyu sneered and said to his team members, "Let's change to another place. Hold on a little longer. They're running out of spiritual energy." But as soon as he said so, Hanfei pointed a finger and a column of spiritual energy entered into Xiangnan's body. What? A spirit gatherer? Gulongyu felt as if there were 10,000 iron-headed fish galloping in his heart. What kind of person is this fatty? Why is he also a spirit gatherer? Why is there a spirit gatherer in a village? Gulongyu waved his hand and all his team members landed. Hanfei's team also landed. Xiao Wushuang laughed. "Hey, Heavenly Sun Village. Guys, why aren't you flying?" Gulongyu looked at the sky. They were running out of time. They had gotta hurry to fish. Everyone, fish right where we are. Release your spiritual beasts to guard your fish hooks. After a moment. "Boss, my fish hook is gone." Gulongyu turned red. "Didn't you make your spiritual beast guard the fish hook?" The man said aggrievedly, "I did. But it's still gone." "Boss, mine is gone too." "Brother Gu, me too." Gulongyu immediately retracted his fishing rod. Staring at the bare fishing line, he rolled up his sleeves and rushed up to hit Hanfei. Hanfei pointed to the sky. "Asshole, don't blame us. We followed you just to collect luck. If you dare to hit me, you'll get the last place in this round." Just then, Xiangnan took a pearl fish out of the water and exclaimed with a smile, "We really do become luckier by following them." Xiao Wushuang also caught a rare fish. Soon, a swift squid was lifted out of the water. Although he was sprayed with ink all over his face, he laughed. "Great! We do become luckier." Gulongyu's eyes narrowed to a thin line. "I warned you not to follow me. Otherwise, we will kill all of you even if we lose this round." Hanfei just smiled. He looked up at the sky. It was completely dark. "Little Black, go and eat all the rare creatures in their fish cabin." After a moment, Hanfei suddenly said, "You can go now. We need to focus on fishing. It seems that we've used up the luck you brought us. Will you stop following us? I don't want to talk to a dumbass." Gulongyu and his team members immediately sped away. Xiangnan asked, "Hanfei, shall we still follow them?" Xiao Wushuang added, "Let's just follow them. They dare not do anything to us." Yes. With them here, Little Red becomes amazing. Everyone looked at Xiaoyu speechlessly. Why is this girl so simple-minded? Do you even know whether these fishes were really caught by your Little Red or not?